To this day, Williams maintains his innocence, and a request for a retrial in 2006 was denied by a federal judge. Williams' lawyers argued that the carpet fibers used to implicate him in the crimes wouldn't hold up to scientific scrutiny, and that the police department covered up evidence that showed the Ku Klux Klan was involved. Williams is currently 61, serving life at the Telfair State Prison in Georgia.
Yo, that...
Number 1.
I don't doubt that a bit that they were involved.
Although only mentioned through the interview with Elmer Wayne Henley in the show, Dean Corll is the serial killer with the highest kill count. From 1970 to 73, Corll abducted,
You can't hear anything?
Over 28 teenage boys and
well, thank God one of you said something. Oh, wait.
David Owen Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley to lure young
it's just very low.
Promise of drugs and
Hold on.
Once impaired, he tied them to a rack and subject his victims to unimaginable torture. Corll was known
there you go.
as the Candyman Killer because his family owned and operated a candy factory in
Houston
Heights. He had also been known to give free candy to local children.
Free candy.
Corll's death at the hands of Elmer Henley marked the end of the Houston murders. Henley later showed police where the bodies were buried.
I mean, I can go 360.
6 on a beach near Boulevard Peninsula, 4 near Lake Sam Rayburn, and 1 on another beach in Jefferson County. Corll currently serves an eternity in hell without parole. That's it for this list of the real-life killers of Mindhunter Season 2. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and if you haven't checked out my other video on Mindhunter Season 2, make sure to give it a look. You can also follow me on Twitter.
Okay, enough of the shill, right? So, if you wanted to look at Atlanta...
Well, no, she's already all the way up. I'm at 360%.
Review these killers, right? Your computer went all to crap. It blew out. Fan blew out. Ooh. No, you're good. Chat and I are here. Hey, Chat and you. I don't know if you rated it and I did not hear it. So, yeah. Yeah, we did one. Let's see if we can do another. You gave us the Black Dahlia, the case that just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. But I appreciated that one because I've actually never looked into that case, and we think we figured it out. Believe it or not, I got my facts mixed up. Believe it or not, 10 years earlier, identical fucking case. Holy shit, not even possible. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, I'm gonna like.
We had to tell someone. But
shout outs on repeat, yeah.
We'd sound
I
crazy.
DM, or put it in the. We have to tell someone. No. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. No.
The FBI is
I was looking for two things.
Why?
Not only were the streets and cities the same.
When
I looked up how many, I was like, look, is bisecting victims a thing in that era? Turns out it was.
For.
And I was looking for the one thing. Chicago Medical Conference.
Was it 2022 or 2023?
All the people
Had it been New Year's?
suspected were in the same place at the same time, at least once. The chances...
Yeah, no, this shit adds up.
Not possible, that's random.
This shit adds up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We're looking at the serial killers, though.
Oh, shit is right.
Not just, like, we're trying to teach them, how do you do a profile? Yeah. No, it's not, never mind. You can put the links to that in chat so that they can look them up. Go ahead, throw them in there. Colton Bushi and Jordan Davis. Well, fuck the FBI, you know. For all the good they do.
God, I love her.
So we have Atlanta child murders.
Brutal.
Thank you.
It pissed my pants.
People maybe not have spoons for that. But if your community is here, we don't want to lose your chat. Like, we left them in the dust last time. I guess I assumed they were Googling it, but it got over their heads so quick.
He's at 40%,
like,
you're at 70%.
This is actual forensic
Best with
psychology.
both at 70%.
So this time, it's all on chat. It's all on chat. Hi, D. Because D hung in there and she went, damn. Or he went like, dude. All right. So, chat, it's you. You're the stars right now.
We're watching
right?
her
We
stream.
Had, Kung Fu and Minnie and Arbelin and Quabina hung in there for a minute. And then Kubi Slayer. Those are the names I can remember. And they started with the toy box killer. The outcome of that case was such a travesty. Case in point, like Black Dahlia. I don't care how brilliant you are. I don't care how much evidence you have. Evidence. I don't care how many witnesses you have.
Our chat smokes too many cigarettes and ponders the nature of evil in a grim mood.
Or accomplice. A jury who's, like chat, unqualified to judge the case. And a lack of cooperation between federal agents and police. 3, 4, nobody. 5, the fact that the FBI didn't have a profile. Right? In that case, the toy box killer, they wisely basically threatened his daughter, right? He plea bargains, give her a reduced sentence. She's an accomplice. She and her friend actually did kill women. She's free. The other one's free. One dude is in jail. The perp dies of a heart attack. The judge dies. 2 of the judges were disqualified. Jesus, it only gets better. Chat smokes too many cigarettes and ponders the nature of evil in a grim mood. Exactly. This is our friend from way across the pond. Exactly. And GB, he's way up there in Canada. And so they couldn't convict him for any murders.
Who's doing the server?
They did convict him for the kidnap, rape, and torture
all you have to do
of women. One
to
of
get
them
your
killed
perms
herself because of this shit
is read the rules.
the judge put her through. She was the one on a video. They actually had a video of her. Jury's over there going, oh, she must have, that torture, that must have been consensual for 3 days.
That's the secret.
Right? With like, okay. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, it's too gross for them to show the evidence, but they could show the
who's
equipment.
doing it. Because we're preparing
they won't even
the
play
community
the audio of his
to explode. Apparently, Lanky and Braid, everyone expect
in advance what he's gonna do.
An influx of people. I
And I was telling them that sometimes
not very like
filmmakers will subpoena records.
No, we have the not safe for work
the
section.
FBI got wise to it and shut it down. And one serial killer they found because he was putting in FOI, and they got suspicious.
You gotta respond to the role.
When you're some sort of investigator. Forensic psychologist will help put together a profile, we'll do the mental status evaluation, and we'll do an expert witness, right? We will come in on interrogations if necessary, right? To do the interviews. But, you know, we don't usually end up, we're like, the cops think they have it all figured out. The FBI are ate up. They think they have it all figured out. They created the forensic psychology program, and they learned to consult with experts with that kind of background, right? But they always want to take the credit. Mick, so you rarely see an FP
the only thing that you should be seeing right now is rules. Rarely. And in rules, but you read the rules
with Manasseh
and you react to the boxes.
Right, the incel killer.
and you magically get the
second
role
incel
to see the
killer,
rest.
who was the friend of the
It's a
first
test
one,
to see if you guys can
they
follow
sent in a forensic psychiatrist.
in instructions.
And he was like, oh, okay, this guy's
And it's so that
incompetent
me and the mods don't have to
insane,
constantly be
you know,
checking
or whatever he determined.
to
But,
make sure
he
that
did
everyone
steal
that comes
child.
in gets a role to
But
view.
he knew he was
So we now have it
autistic,
automatic.
and so therefore they considered him diminished capacity.
And for the ones that want to join our Discord,
Right. So
you
got to take all that in consideration.
you too
So
can be locked
we
in my
had Atlanta
basement.
child killer. That's pretty extensive. But if you
You
have
click the link.
cases you want to pop open, this should be something that the whole chat, since you guys came over, let's
chat.
have something that they could begin to do a profile with. Because Black Dahlia, trying to profile that guy led us to, or at least led me to, the only plausible explanation. After 8 hours, and I went, oh, uh-oh. Right? So, let's make it a little easier, right? So what you want to do is learn how to meticulously pull the facts, all right, and create a profile. Without the profile, solve the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski?
Well, now it's solved. Well, now we know.
Okay, we have his thing. Well, now
I
we know.
just thought something easy.
Unabomber was named Ted Kaczynski. Without the profile, I just thought so. It is easy. We have him. That's okay. What we want to do is create
He's
the profile.
still alive?
Now,
I thought he was old. In the
did
cross.
anybody do a profile? No, he died. Did anybody do a profile on this guy? I don't think they did. Right? So this is something new, right? But it's something we have a lot of evidence for, right?
I remember the
Oh, he has
big
cancer. So,
profile.
oh, he's alive, but he has
A
cancer.
new
Okay.
white male.
Ed Kemper is alive. Well, I remember that their profiles were all wrong, but they knew white male. So we have a lot more on him, all right? So if the chat wants to do that, all right?
We have a challenge because
what I want is,
everyone has their
from the vault
profile.
I want
the.
the.
It's the right
That's Wade
one.
Williams.
All right, let's go dig in the vault. I always think it's so cool going to the FBI vault.
Okay. Inside the FBI. This is his name. And let's see if they can do a profile on this guy. This is his name. Everyone has their own profile and thinks it's the right one. You know what?
What up?
That's fine.
Bina.
At least we can cross-reference him.
Like that. But also,
those of you who can go into my Discord, you can get on the mic. It stops me from having to shout.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
I'll hop over.
So...
I just wasn't gonna hop in while she's
the FBI had to rethink its investigative strategies, lean on the media in a new way. So he was a groundbreaking case. He was a paradigm shifter. Right? FBI does not turn to the public for help. Okay? Its investigative strategies didn't do shit. Right? Magic profiles didn't do shit. Leaning on the media, the FBI hates the media. Right? It fucks everything up. So here, everything had to change. Okay? Okay. So by 1993, people thought it was over. It was dead, right? The last time he blew up in public, literally, was 1987.
And
Right.
is he under Theodore?
Huh?
Is he under Theodore? Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up for myself.
Yeah, Theodore Kaczynski. So they see him in 1987 in a Salt Lake City computer store. Store owner's son pulls into a parking lot, picked up an item left by parked cars, which looked like boards with nails protruding from the top. It exploded on contact.
Oh, yeah.
Computer store, Sacramento, California. 15 months earlier, killed the owner. And then 6 years and nothing. He died or stopped, they didn't know. Finally, geneticist, University of California, opened a package in his kitchen and the bomb went off. 2 days later, computer scientist from Yale lost several fingers to another mailed bomb. His campaign of violence was intensifying. Several months later, 1994, special agent, happily sitting at a desk in the FBI's Palo Alto office. He had a view of Stanford's campus and a portfolio of national security investigations. And then came an offer he couldn't refuse. Do you want to take over the Unabomb? The acronym is UNABOM Task Force. He couldn't wait. Okay. So, from what they know, 1978 to 1994, 16 years, right?
Yeah.
16 years this guy was doing this and terrorized everybody, right? So his name comes from the fact that universities and airlines, UN, university, and airlines, UNA.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's. Wait, no. In the FBI, it has it U.
UNABOM.
Are they talking about that eco-terrorist? Yep. We are profiling the Unabomber. Genghis Khan.
An eco-terrorist, yeah.
Genghis Khan
So,
solves the.
he figured that out.
No, that's the name of the chatter.
His name is Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
Genghis Khan?
So
Okay.
it cracks me up just thinking about Genghis Khan solves the Unabomber
Genghis
case.
Khan solves the Unabomb case. Naturally. All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. It's perfect. Genghis Khan solved it. So at the University of Chicago Circle campus, was found in 1978. It had $10 worth of uncanceled stamps, but wasn't mailed. It was just left by a car. That's weird. A third bomb. It was placed on an airplane. It malfunctioned. So this one shows up and it malfunctions. The fourth bombing, Chicago. President of United Airlines.
All right,
Mailed to
chat.
his house,
Here's a
preceded
link
by a letter.
to these documents
85,
if you guys
4
want to read
bombs,
along.
including a mail bomb
in
from
case you
Salt
can't see it
Lake
very
to
well.
a Professor James McConnell, University of Michigan, who was a psychologist, was built into a hollowed out 3-ring notebook. There was a letter with a bomb, this time with a package. It was a request of Professor McConnell to review a student's so-called master's thesis in a topic called the history of science. Now that's interesting. So here's the bomb, and it's a request of Professor McConnell to review a student's so-called master thesis in a topic called the history of science in the notebook with the bomb.
Echo, I'm trying to save the world, okay? The Unabomber's more important than you right now.
Oh, no.
You have
Oh.
15 minutes. He's staring at me. Like he could.
He's gonna eat you if you don't feed him his
Yes.
favorite nom-noms.
Yes. While you read this, I'll feed him so that y'all don't have to solve my mystery murder by my three-legged cat.
While you mull over the fact my mystery murder, we're like, what happened to Clai? All we saw was paw prints and some flea dip. We have no clue.
And you gotta add the in a little up shape.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hi, baby. Come on.
Okay.
Go on.
Fourth.
Oh.
Fourth bomb, 1985. Kills Hugh Scruton, the owner of Rentec Computer Store.
And that one was
Sacramento.
random, if I remember right.
No, that was definitely that was in a series of 4 in the same year. 2 years later, strip mall computer store called CAAMS, Salt Lake City. Major Unabomb event. Subject is seen by a witness. The man in the gray hooded sweatshirt and aviator sunglasses. The bomber dropped out of sight for 6 more years until 1993, and then 2 more mailed bombs. So that's his dossier. So there you are. That's what you have. They created a document called Unabomb Known Facts, Fiction, and Theory. They had to practically push out a paper on this fucker. Then they had to grow the team because it was in multiple states. So here are your facts. He was a real cipher. He left practically no way to trace back any evidence at the scene, parts of the bombs, components, or anything else. The profiling unit usually has a lot of evidence at a scene. These guys have no latent fingerprints. This is you, Chad. No hair or fibers.
My detective robe isn't very intimidating.
That's okay. Even the batteries were stripped in some of these devices. You couldn't even trace the batteries back to where they were purchased. A lot of wood and different things looked just like junk that was picked up by the side of the road.
Is he the murderer that... Wait, I don't want to skip ahead.
Right. So this is all you've got, Gumshoes. This is the fucking tough one. This is 16 years.
Forget it.
Nobody could come up with a fucking thing on this. But given the evidence that you do have, all right, you got Salt Lake City, Utah, Sacramento, California, University of California, University of Chicago, FBI Palo Alto, California, San Francisco, all right? And then you have 3 in the Chicago area.
I just had you.
So those are your areas. right? That wide of an area. And you have homemade bombs. All right.
That are all you. That they all have.
Yes, all unique. There were 16 total bombs. 3 of them were deadly. Okay.
In chat and get the Google Doc.
So if you just type it out or go to your Google Doc, yeah. As far as locations, you've got a computer store, another computer store, college campus, okay, airline, another college campus, another airline, another university, another computer store, an additional computer store. That's not all of them, but nothing else broke that pattern. They were all that way, except one that was sent to an individual, right? So, one was in a mailbox, like a mailbox, public mailbox.
So
Yeah. You've got those locations. You've got 16 years. You've got 3 fatalities, right? You've got evidently a couple malfunctioned. Okay. So none of the bombs on the planes detonated. You got lucky. Then you have 2 bombs built into a hollowed out 3-ring notebook, big college binder. So he cut out the center, and there it was. And then there was the letter with the package. It was a request to the professor who received it to review a student's so-called master thesis in a topic called the history of science. The history of science is an what do you call that? Survey course. It's what a first-year freshman would start with.
life changing enough.
Yeah, he couldn't really
Like it's supposed to make you better, and then we end up
no.
making people
No,
worse.
not at his age. Oh, I know. This guy was like 67, 70 years old. Right.
Oh, okay.
So he just didn't survive the complications due to surgery, but I was so wanting to speak to him because he deserved an interventionist that would come in and help him, and I never got the chance. I did do a cursory intervention with my assessment that it was giving him more answers to shit in that 4 hours than he'd ever been given in his lifetime. And I told him what I thought happened to him. And I asked him to at least think about that. And then when we sat down, we could go into it. And he said that that I was right. And he kept checking to see if I remembered him, you know. And I said, yeah, no, I'm here. I said, I'm here. Tell him, you know, whenever he can prop himself up, you know, because he would have been on heavy sedation. I said,
Yeah.
whenever he's ready, just patch me through, you know, but he got worse and worse and worse, and he died a few days ago. So this guy was 100% brainwashed, 100%. It was incredibly tragic, but he did not blow up the gay church that he had a bomb in his briefcase, right?
That's good.
Trying to prove to the guy, that the cult leader, that, he was loyal. He didn't do it. And then he turned the guy in, and then he turned himself in, and then he had to mediate the negotiation because the man had the entire congregation up there hostage,
Oh,
most of whom were women and children, and he had dozens of paramilitary troops surrounding the place, and they were fully stockpiled. They had a fucking bazooka up there. So the only way they could negotiate was at the
they were like
bottom of the hill where it
Waco.
curved and they couldn't shoot. So he had a fucking bazooka.
Yeah, they're acting like it's Waco. Jesus.
Well, it was. It was Waco before Waco. But indisputably, that's exactly what he did. And this guy's job, Kerry Noble, was to walk up and down that hill knowing he could be shot by either party at any time, while his own wife and children stood in the window and watched. And he had to walk back and forth and negotiate the terms of the guy's surrender. And then he had to start leaving hostages out. And then they had Kerry arrested. And then finally his wife and kids came out. And he was able to just hug them, and hold on to them. And then they couldn't really find him guilty of anything. But he asked them to let him stand trial, say what he had done or not done, and serve his prison sentence. So he served 15 years on a crime he didn't even commit.
And did
That's
he
amazing.
even like cause a scene about it? Didn't complain about it, just served it?
Oh yeah, he requested to serve. They told him, "Hey, you can plea bargain and walk away," but they wanted to incarcerate the leaders, and he was one of the leaders. So he said, "No, not going to do that. Nope, that's it, full time." They let him off with good behavior, and he he complained, you know. So he served. All right, I don't know. I think his sentencing was 15 years, but anyway, he served whatever time of that. And they said, we just can't find any good reason. And look, buddy, we need the space. This place is for people who actually committed crimes. You basically didn't commit a crime. You want to be in here because you didn't blow people up. And he said, wasn't that attempt? And they went, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, it is. And he went, nah. And then I might as well have blown them up. What difference does it make?
Yeah.
And they went, okay, sure. Bang, prison. There you go. You fucking happy now? But no, he was doing the ordering, the requisitioning. There was a bunch of other shit. But anyway, so what I mean is he did not kill anyone himself, but
This is cocaine speaking.
he was there to cover up everything that the leader was doing. So that was just as good as. But anyway, so he died a few days ago. His name was Kerry Noble. He was in the Church of the Sword and the Arm. Or Cross the Sword, the Arm, CSA. The Cross of the Sword and Arm. If anybody wants to look him up, Kerry Noble, yeah. Kerry. Anyway, I was just kind of upset, but I was able to give him some peace of mind, before he went into surgery, before he died.
And I think that's the best
Mm-hmm.
thing you could do.
Yeah, I was glad about that. But okay. So there you go. There you got your facts. You got your hollowed out 3-ring notebook with a handwritten quote master's thesis, which it wasn't. As soon as he opened it, it blew up. And then he got the 6-year gap, and here he comes again. So the public outcry with this, they were all like, why can't you catch this guy? And then he stops. And then here he comes again. And they just went, oh, bullshit. So the FBI's like, well, you know what? We need your help. Okay. So, and all you had was the aviators in the hood. Oh, then you have one guy, advertising executive, president of the California Forestry Association. This is New Jersey and California, two of the deadly bombs. The New Jersey bomb just missed the man's wife and toddler. They had just left when it blew up. So he barely missed killing them. All right. Here's the problems if you're ready. The normal pattern, right? What do they have in common, right? The FBI decides in their wisdom, their infinite wisdom, they couldn't see a pattern and they couldn't see that any of these victims had anything in common. Personally, none of them had been to school together. They didn't have fraternity together. They didn't work in business together. So they thought that he was reading about these people. He couldn't possibly have known all of them. He's reading about them, and he's choosing them out of the newspapers. He doesn't know any of them personally. They became more sophisticated over time, the bombs. He was completely secretive. All the bombs were sent in mail.
Is there a law requiring a return address?
Nope.
Even after that?
Nope.
Damn.
So the unit bomber communicates to the media the second time. This is the guy that said, publish my manifesto, and I won't send another bomb. So this is your dilemma. I'm not sure when the first time was that he contacted the media. I think the first time he made his threats. The second time he said, if you publish my manifesto, I won't mail a bomb. It's called Industrial Society and Its Future. So you have no idea who he is. And you have to decide, do you publish it? And the first thing is, we don't give in to terrorists.
Yeah, we're tough.
As you know, famously, it was published.
Tough part.
So they had a strategy for doing it.
Didn't that like set him off? Them saying that?
No, they agreed to publish it.
No. Oh, I thought like they made him mad or something because he found that they had said we don't negotiate with terrorists.
No, they published it. They agreed to publish it.
That was quick.
So they originally thought it's random, blah, 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 blah. But with the facts that you now have been read, you would just start immediately. You'd start on a map and you'd look for a pattern.
That's actually
All right. And you're going to desperately need a profile on this guy. You don't even know if there's more than one person involved, but you got to start with something. Somebody saw the guy put the package down, so you got a gray hoodie and aviators.
Here's the link, and I set it up a little bit differently this time. We got a body, a motive, a confession columns, and then...
Well, you don't want to give him any of that information. You got to start by figuring out a profile. You're gonna have
this is filled in with a sample.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I can't see that. So,
no, you're good. I still have to delete it.
Yeah, I can't see it myself. But Okay. All right. So here's how your profile goes. You need age, height, weight, race, appearance,
Yeah.
color, coloring, race and ethnicity if you can. You want to determine his educational, occupational, and marital status, his disability, if any, and his military service, if any. So you're going to have to start with those. And you're going to have to guess this out by only what you've got. You have a sample of his writing style because you have the letter requesting a review.
Milk or
And you've got aviators. He was clean shaved. You can see the picture of him. And you've got gray hoodie.
snipper.
Right.
Yep.
Now you have the areas and the targets. So you would say at this point you won't have anything else, but this is what you've got on him, right? So it starts with that. Oh, I see. His brother. Minnie, you're always giving stuff out way ahead of time. Don't tell him anything. You're basing that on shit you're looking up, so just stop. Right? They can't think or learn if somebody's just gonna spit the fucking facts at them. They don't have the facts.
The FLDS.
I get
The
really
forums.
frustrated with that. Just stop doing that.
Hey, she just talked about that.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, I learned a fun fact from one of my new mods that Utah apparently has like a crazy metal scene, and the people that are like the most hardcore are the Latter-day Saints. And I was like, that is very surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Learning something new every day.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna move motive down in the because we have a bunch of locations. That's the messy part too. You have location, you have body, you have a lot of unknown variables, and a lot of people freaking out, wanting it. Set in the mood chat. Get a little sweaty.
You get a lot of things.
And you can't be 100% about any of them.
Nope.
Because there's 3 rules. Always assume everyone is lying. Assume you are not right. Anyone can betray you, even the data.
That's true.
That's from your mouth. I wrote
Those
it
were the
down.
3 rules. That's it. 100%. You gotta always come from that.
And you gotta have a body, a motive, and a confession.
If you don't have a body, you need a confession. Either way, you obviously looked up the Unabomber case at one point or you wouldn't have remembered it. You don't need that. I gave the facts. Try to find the patterns. Try to do a profile. Not quote shit from Google.
Okay, so we have
It's a ton of shit. It's hard enough for them, right?
right.
I see your share thing. Check for new commands, command queue, critical section,
Oh, I can
process command.
Use your action post command.
Oh, does it do it weird?
No, that's just what shows up if I click on the link. How do I...
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the
no, I'm
end
a
of that
dumbass.
is what I haven't deleted yet.
I'm
But
not signed in, so give me a second.
yeah, I'm trying to clean up the charts.
So this is all I have to work with is what I told them. That is the fuck it. Because that's more than what the FBI had to begin with.
Bits and pieces.
You have a male perp, sunglasses, and gray hoodie. Caucasian. You knew his race. Nothing else about him. Except that he knew, all right, let's start boring and see if we get customers for those stores. Get customers for those stores with all that bombing happening, Arberlin. Arberlin's like, oh my God. All right. You've got a guy, we're beginning the profile for this guy. So I'm yelling about, do not throw facts you fucking Googled or any other thing, all right? Because we're profiling with just what I gave, nothing more. All right?
San Francisco.
Yeah.
And
You've
his
got these locations. You've got a white male, gray hoodie, aviators. The only thing you know is that he knew the women were looking at him at the store. He looked over his shoulder. He just walked away calmly.
That's gotta be eerie.
Well, before you go into a motive, which a cop needs, an FBI agent needs a profile. This is the part you don't know how to do, and that's why everyone's struggling. So we're not going to leave them behind this time.
That you have a body, a look.
There's not much to base a profile on. There's
Actually,
buckets to base a profile on.
the body. We need a section, and then we need the perp.
A cop needs a body, all right, and a motive, right? You have the, quote, bodies. You have the victims. So you have 13 witnesses, at least 13 witnesses. 3 died, 13 survived. All of them said the same thing. Picked a package up, it went boom, bye-bye. Opened a package, mailed to their address, their home address. Boom, bye-bye. One was in the mail room, wasn't it? You have
It was just like on the floor.
the airlines both found theirs. How the hell do you get a bomb on an airplane? And they don't know who you are. You got a ton to base a profile on here. You also have a sample of his writing style because he wrote a letter. At this point, you have he's contacted the media. And the second time, he's making demands. It doesn't sound like much, but for a profile, yes, that's a lot. That is a lot. What you don't have is his motive, and you won't have his motive until he gives you his manifesto. Well, he's handed it to you. I guess what you need here is a return address, but you need a profile to figure this guy out.
Pat, why did I say I was at fuck?
All
You
right,
have
so there are some assertions being made. And so we start by eliminating the assumptions, right? His first bomb was so poorly made, it looked like
witnesses.
a kid made it. The last one was intricate, had a timer. But he knew enough to blow the batteries out. He had no more education in bomb making than an average 11-year-old. It takes him 16
Thank you for the
years
follow, Michael Baker. Welcome, welcome. We
to
are
develop a
working on the
complicated
Unabomber
bomb,
case.
a sophisticated bomb. Think about how long, there you go. How long does it take him? His first bomb was nails, shrapnel, nothing but boards and nails. Pull the board, boom, thing goes off. The last one, much more sophisticated. Actual bomb. Internal detonation device, soldered. It was soldered. First one was just a pipe bomb, basically.
Rudimentary.
Very
There's a lot.
rudimentary compared to the last one. So it takes this guy 16 years to figure out how to build a decent bomb.
And
So that you can start with that, with the bombs themselves, because that's really what you have. But his bombs tended to disintegrate themselves, so the components were lost. You don't even really have that. When they explode, they blow out the components. So he may not have too much skill, but he knows one thing about bombs: self-eliminating bombs.
no evidence, no crime.
You have somebody who witnessed him put one down. You have the bombs. You have whatever writings on the package. You have the victims, the locations. You have 16 bombs. At this point, he's saying, I have a manifesto. So let's just pretend that at this point you're going to profile him, because they tried. All they could figure out was that he was white. Because he went after airlines and colleges, they assumed he was well educated or had some familiarity.
Where was the airline?
United Airlines was one of them. He sent it to the president.
I'm type it away on the location.
So you go down your list: age, height, weight, race, appearance, coloration, right? Ethnicity, if you can find it, educational, occupational, military, and marital status, and ability, right? In other words, does he have some physical defect? You have no idea what his mental status is whatsoever. But you can classify him in terms of the type of crime. So, is he a disorganized or an organized killer?
Here.
Yeah. Is this behavior organized behavior? Planned? It's got a good method for disposal of the evidence. How much evidence does he leave? What's his focus? Yeah, completely organized. Persistent, relentless focus. It's organized as fuck. It's not just that. What's so unusual about this guy is that he takes the time to improve his technique and it's very, very slow. This is the world's worst terrorist.
Very.
Compared to other bombers of his type, he sucks. And he keeps at it.
Well, working at a slow pace with bombs, I feel like is kind of smart to.
Counterproductive. What does a terrorist seek? Because what it looks like is this is a domestic terrorist. Right?
Oh, yeah. I'm
Right.
erase
And
brain.
what does a terrorist seek? If it is one guy. Well, we know one guy planted a bomb.
Oh, it's
All right. We got that. Don't look into his manifesto yet.
no, I was gonna add a.
Right. You now have a request to publish a manifesto, but you don't have the manifesto yet.
What? And we
You're
requested from whom?
you're attempting to profile him based on the request. At this point, now you have it in his own words what he wants. Right. That's
Requested.
more than you've gotten from this fucker in 16 years. So you're going to stop and you're going to profile him because you're going to be stuck having to publish this. But before you do that, you're going to try to find him. And you've decided to cooperate with the media for one purpose only. And you took a Hail Mary, a shot in the dark. But that's history. We're talking about profiling. It takes 16 years for him to build a sophisticated bomb. It's not that the bomb is sophisticated necessarily. It's that the bomb is way more sophisticated than how he started. So you've got a guy that tirelessly pursues this agenda for 16 years. Right? What does a terrorist look for? A bomb is automatically categorized domestic terrorist. Because if it isn't the mafia, it's a domestic terrorist, right? If it's not international. Actually, you don't know if it's international, but domestic targets. So what does a terrorist aim for?
I don't want to generalize them because
You should know because you're the victim, right? You're the target.
I mean fear,
Fear.
control.
Not just fear and control. That's a serial killer, a rapist. What is a terrorist in terms of fear and control? Who does he want to control? He wants to control a government. Who does he want to terrorize?
The people.
The people. And who does he want to humiliate?
The government.
The government.
Because they didn't listen to him better.
When a terrorist attacks, how do they do it? Think terrorists, think ISIS. How do they do it? Taliban, ISIS, PLO. How do they do it?
Not and it's the word and anonymity.
Anonymously.
Yeah.
Not always. Suicide bomber or
Yeah.
the people that blew up Ariana
Chat.
Grimes. They were visible.
Good question, chat.
What do they
Why
ask?
was he not? No. I'm saying good question to think about for chat. Why were these not bombs that were strapped to a person? Because I'm assuming we haven't seen anything like this. Other
Bombs
than
strapped to
in
a person until you had the Taliban, Al Qaeda, and that. You so rarely had a suicide bomber. It was less than a handful of cases.
so it would make more
But
sense.
this was not a suicide bomber. You got a whole different kind of terrorist here, don't you? But that is it. He's not like other terrorists.
Because suicide bombers
He's
wants
got
most damage.
a suicide bomber has an ideology. This is known. They're willing to die for their cause. This person is not willing to die for his cause. All right? This is a different kind of terrorist. You're looking at really badly built shit bombs that any 11-year-old can build. The kind of shit you'd put like, what do they call those?
Hey, back in the day, they used to sell those science kits that had like
Yeah, exactly. Science C40, C4, what is
yes,
that? Those little cherry bomb thing, those little used to like blow up small animals and grow shit or play GNGO with them.
oh yeah,
Yeah. They incinerate when they explode. So he was using an 11-year-old boy's kit. Hell, an 11-year-old boy would have made it look like a bomb. This guy put boards and nails.
see,
That means also he used a notebook with a letter to request a review.
hardware.
Now wait. In every case, except for 2, the ones that were put on the airplane are supposed to detonate. That means they had a timer. Malfunctioned. He didn't know how to do it.
Mm,
But the other case, he had to trick the recipient into detonating it. Right? So just to give you a clue,
right,
in
both
order
of
for
it
you to profile, you need to know a few things about bombs. So your first expert is going to be a bomb expert.
failed.
So this is going to forensics department that handles detonation devices. They will give you your first evidence as to what kind of person would do something like this. And he'll use technology. He'll also tell you where bombs like this are more likely to be found, what kind of people would make them, right? So your first resource here is not a witness. It's not the handwriting. It's a munitions expert, including military. And that should be somewhat available. Although I don't know if you can go looking up how to build a bomb, but you should actually be able at this point to see if you can look that up about the Unabomber's bombs.
All right, guys,
Right.
I'm already almost on lists. What do y'all? I gotta take one for the team and Google that.
Take one for the team and Google. That's right. Take one for the team, man. You're the bomb squad. Congratulations, bomb squad.
Yeah, and
See if you can figure out his bombs and something. All right, about these kinds of bombs.
because he would have to have a reason to do them in the way that he does.
Well,
People
that's
don't
one.
just.
That's a clue. Now,
I don't.
that's a clue. Now, the way it works, since he so conceals everything, is
Good.
it's either that he wanted to hide what he was able to do, all right, testing things out, right? He either knew a lot more about bombs or a lot less. So to conceal his intent,
Didn't
yeah,
prior knowledge or lack of knowledge
incompetence,
like that.
right?
Almost
Now
impotent.
every one of these serial killers coming out the gate knowing how to do the thing, nope. It just physically doesn't fucking work that way. Even a deranged mind, it's a process. They have to discover something.
Yeah, people just don't crack.
Even BTK couldn't get his ropes tied right. He didn't know to put 2 bags over the victim's head. He had to retie one. He didn't make that mistake the second time. He was learning.
So we have 2 options. Actually, no. We have 1 options. Learn.
He's learning with his bomb, or he's concealing his actual knowledge.
Okay, so yeah, we have 2.
In other words, he's already good at this, or he's a novice. So when I asked you how does a terrorist do what they do, right? Just by reading any headline, you know that a terrorist seeks to do maximum damage,
Any
maximum
means necessary.
impact, okay? Maximum. And they got to do maximum because they're hiding. They got to get in, get it done, big bang, boom, and get out. Unless they are a suicide bomber. Because it does no good. If their bomb squad gets apprehended, well, you just lost one. You lose one of the good ones. Right? This is not that kind of terrorist. He got a bomb that shot nails into somebody. He basically built a shit nail gun and tricked somebody into picking it up. Then he got better. The detonators, he couldn't figure that out, thank God. He's not doing maximum damage. If he was to spread maximum terror, doing it slow, totally anonymous, the whole country was in a panic. So he doesn't do maximum damage, but he's doing a whole lot of terror with his little shit pipe bomb, right? His little trick pipe bombs.
Yeah, teenage boys use the throw grains and crap is what I picture. Something that like they got components from a fireworks stand.
Yeah, like he did. He got handmade, he got scraps, debris,
Oh yeah, because he
handmade shit.
didn't have a job. Actually, we don't know if he has a job or not.
You have
So
no
instead,
idea.
go
You
back
don't have
over to him.
you have no kind of profile yet. You just know that he does not match the profile of a domestic terrorist. But he's capable of
A lot of
inciting terror, but he's not capable of maximum damage. Now, that's one of the most interesting things. An actual terrorist wouldn't waste time. He would not nickel and dime, and the demands would be immediate. This guy's not a terrorist, is he? Originally, they thought he was. He doesn't match any profile of any known terrorist. He matches a profile for a serial killer, not a terrorist. Yet, he uses bombs. So this guy is he's a one-off. He is going to be extremely difficult to understand.
because there's not going to be any examples like him.
He's true. There's no basis or reference for something like this. So you're going to look at your patterns by category, right? Location, targets. All of them were mailed, except for one, which was set down by a car.
Was that the post office one that was set?
That was the computer store where the women
Computer
saw.
store.
That's where you got the sketch.
Okay.
Oh, and he got him on the plane by the plane was airmail. So he sent 2 bombs airmail and they didn't go off. Evidently. Uh,
I have San Francisco post office. The experiment. Get 2 air.
mm-hmm.
Is San Francisco where the store was? No, university.
Mm-hmm. So of his locations, how many different types of locations did he target?
Technically, you could say it's one type because they all are related as government. I don't want to say government entities, but like they're regulated and have to.
Well, he put bombs and he didn't have a target on the airplane. He didn't know who was on the plane. What types of locations did he target? So
University.
you start with the locations first.
Where was
The
the store?
computer stores, right? So he's a little interesting because computer stores, right? How many computer stores did he target? Right? Okay.
Yeah, because that's the one thing that sticks out.
Right. What years were those bombs placed in computer stores? Well, first, before you do that, you simply list it as you have it. You find the pattern first, then you start with the questions, right? So how many computer stores did he target? Maybe I can help with that. Okay, I'll give it to you like this and you can do the tally, okay? Now, he starts this, don't forget, 1978. Right? We didn't have a whole bunch of personal computers and computer stores in 1978, you know? So remember that. So he starts at Northwestern University. Second one, same location. Third one, American Airlines Flight 444 between Chicago and Washington. Fourth one, the first time he targeted an individual, is in Lake Forest, Illinois. United Airlines executive in his home. Fifth one, diffused. University of Utah. Sixth one, Vanderbilt University, Nashville, Tennessee.
Ooh.
Seventh, it was diffused
No.
at University of Utah. Right.
Wait. You have Midwestern University of Utah and Vandy.
The fifth one was diffused there, University of Utah. Yeah.
Okay.
So then he got what, 7? Vanderbilt University, Tennessee. Secretary opened it. Eighth one, University of California at Berkeley. Sent to an engineering professor. Here's another personal target, right? Here's 9, I think. University of California at Berkeley again. Injured a graduate student. Next one. Diffused the Boeing facility, Auburn, Washington. That's the 9th one.
Yeah, y'all could be like typing this out. Y'all know my ADHD brain.
All you have to do is take a tally of the different types of locations and whether they were personal targets or not, which I'm giving you that now, right? Bomb number 10, University of Michigan psychology professor.
Was 6 Berkeley or
I don't know, but that's a timeline. We don't need that.
yeah.
Okay. Finally, 1985, 11, bomb number 11 on December 11th, Sacramento, California, the first computer store. and the first fatal explosion. $12. Parking lot, another computer store, Salt Lake City, Utah. Left in the parking lot. I believe actually that's where his picture came from. Everything else was mailed. This one was left. So number 12 was different, right? Number 13, Tiburon, California. Geneticist Charles Epstein, personal target. $14, Yale University. One day later. Injured a computer scientist. Okay. 15, New Jersey. Advertising executive. Killed him at his home. Finally, Sacramento. Timber industry lobbyist
Hmm.
was killed. So he was definitely getting better because he was killing people. He's not arrested until 1996. But so if you just take a tally of locations and personal targets, there was only one that was left. Everything else was mailed. A timber lobbyist? Totally public. Nope. That's right.
Wait.
Advertising
Wow.
executive, timber lobbyist, geneticist, computer stores. These are all yellow pages, baby. These people make headlines. See how when you just look at the evidence, you do find a connection. All of
Man,
these people were publicly accessible with nothing but a newspaper article or a brief scan through the yellow pages. Airport. He didn't mail it to the airport. He sent an airmail thinking it would detonate on the plane. That is what a terrorist does. But it didn't work. 2 of them were defused. 1 of them did not go off. 3 of them killed. The other 10 injured. In other words, yeah, he didn't know any of these people.
you said
If
2
he had
defused,
known them,
3 exploded?
if he had known them and he was a terrorist or some sort of serial killer or even mafia, they would have gotten into some kind of scrap. He did not know them. So that's one thing. He does not, his pattern indicates that he was not personally familiar or involved with any of these people, and certainly Charles Epstein, that's 4. Another Yale University individual. Thomas Mosser, 6. Gilbert Murray, 7. He had 7 personal targets. So, geez, he didn't know these people, but the majority of his targets were personal. Not the majority, but almost half. Yeah, almost half were individual.
Because we don't want to
Right?
assume, but we can pretty much. I don't want to
You
say.
can't,
I know I don't want to use the verbiage, but
because,
these
right.
there is a very low probability of him knowing these individuals, but he
Yeah,
picks them personally to send.
but he sure took that personally, didn't he?
Yeah, so
All right.
it's something personal, but not personal enough.
Well, you have to finish doing a tally of the occupations, right?
Because you have the universe.
You've got university academic. You've got academics, computer store owners,
Government building. Both.
airport presidents, or executives, whatever you call it. You got a lobbyist.
Oh yeah, the.
Yeah. So victimology matters as much as criminology. Victimology is when we don't understand jack shit about the perpetrator, we look at the victims. And we do the same profile on the victims. They're all typed. So that's the next step. I don't got jack shit on this motherfucker,
We don't know what these.
but something about his victims sure does trigger his ass. So, yeah. Now we look at the victims. What are the ages are going to be somewhere between 30 and 50. You look at their race, you look at their occupation, socioeconomic status, educate, the whole thing, right? You look at all of that. Look at the socioeconomic status of people in the professions that he killed or targeted with his bombs. And remember that in 1985, computers, that was some high-end shit. To have a computer store and already have the training in building, repairing these? In 1985? You know that shit, was it 356K fucking modem that they had out in 1985? To know how to
Floppy
put them
disk.
together? Floppy disks, a whole thing? Come on. You didn't have outlets selling these things. You had to build them and sell them. Order them from Honeywell,
Family storage.
suppliers like that. Yeah, you didn't have a whole big fucking Office Depot full of fucking computers then. You had nothing like you have today. Nothing like that. Right? Average cost for one of these bitches. So what's the SES for each of these, right? Airline executive, college professors, lobbyists, timber industry lobbyists, no less. What's the other one? Advertising executive for a prestigious firm. Computer outlet. Entrepreneur, right? So the SES for each of those occupations, right? And most likely the race, given the prestige. So you could take a guess at most of his victims were what?
Wealthy white or middle middle class.
1985, they're going to be white or white passing. They're upper class, or at least upper middle class. They're financially solvent enough to open a computer fucking store.
True.
All right. You just,
'Cause you
right.
didn't
You get
have
IBM. Yeah, look at this. So you
chains
got
then, right?
upper bracket white males between the age of 30 and 50. Elite.
And very
And
isn't like did.
very missable. These people are well connected. These people are important people.
That would have been better.
They're important, right? If they go missing, the cops bend over backwards. One of us goes missing. Fuck it.
You'll see them. I'm sure they just ran away.
Exactly what they say, don't they?
I
All right,
hate
so now we
hearing
know something by looking at his victims and the locations and how clever it is to mail the bomb, which evidently Flight 444, 12 people were injured. It did explode on one, but the other one didn't, fizzled out. So also the frequency of these attacks. So this is where I'll show you the timeline, make this easier. You know his target is elite. He targets elites, prestigious people in timber industry, the brand new field of computer science in the .com era, right? High end, right? Sacramento. Oh yeah. Right? Palo Alto. Fucking dripping with wine and diamonds and yeah, all these areas, right? Silicon Valley hasn't been invented yet. We don't have silicon chips the way we do now. I mean, there's shit that hasn't even happened yet, socially and culturally and technologically, and he's ahead of the curve, isn't he? He's targeting people who put out research, a geneticist, a psychologist, scientists all across the board, a psychologist, a computer stores, and then a timber industry lobbyist. Somebody who lobbies for the timber industry. Well, okie dokie.
Wait, did we
There
check
is
for
a pattern. There is a pattern. Is it racial hate? So what we do know, a terrorist can be racially motivated. He's not ticking the boxes for terrorists. He's ticking the boxes for serial killer. Almost every known serial killer stayed in his lane. So there's your first clue. Your first and only clue.
Sit like his area.
They stay in their lane. They tend to target their own kind.
Oh,
Which
he
tells us
knows
something
things
about this guy.
computers, airplanes,
Computers, scientists, university people, computers, air mailing packages on planes. You don't realize that mattered, but I can tell you that the passenger list, one of the passengers was a university scientist. It appeared that he understood when he was traveling. Oops. How would he be getting that information in an era where computers were brand new and you didn't have an internet the way you have now?
you would have to know.
I didn't even think you had that fucking, you didn't even have, like this dude, who could know, who would have access to those industries? And who would know how to tell whether somebody had boarded a plane? How would you do that in 1985, let's say? He
Sorry.
starts in 78. So how would he do that? Right? You're going to begin your profile like that's where you're going to start from. It's not him, it's his targets. They all fit a profile. These are not random locations and they are not random targets. He is incredibly specific, but yet never once reveals his agenda. Right?
So he's smart. Or no, he's educated.
He's educated.
Probably he's most likely well educated.
Most likely well educated. Because in 1978, he knew enough to know how to look up the address of a university professor.
Yeah, navigating.
Yeah. Huh. He knew how to find the address of an airline executive. He knew how to find the address of a marketing professional. He knew how to find your address. There you go.
More
Let's
fear.
take a guess at where he might work. Is it possible that he worked at an airline? Is it possible that he had worked at a university? We're going to give our questions for occupation. Possibles? Had he worked for an airline? Was he pissed off? Was he a postman? People go postal? Postman? Are any of his occupations the same as those of his target? Brilliant. It's not this difficult with this guy. It's just counterintuitive. So we'll let Clay type and fill in and let her chat type and fill in for her, and we'll give it a minute. I'm going to come back, give you a timeline when you're ready, and you're going to look at the next thing, which is called frequency and amplification. That's going to tell us about his mental status. So, but we'll let you type in stuff, take a look at stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead. Take your time. I'll be right back.
So, out of all these places, you could easily have access to them if you worked for post office. Also, post office people are very trusted in the community. During that time, we know historically, and I can say this because I live in a house that was built in the 40s, that the mailboxes were on the side of the house. They weren't at a street, so there was more trust, I guess, in your mailman, like the milkman. I don't. Yeah, I don't mean post delivery per se. It could be working in processing administration. Yeah. Or he could have had this job during university. So he could have learned the resource then. Here's about president airports and universities, I guess. Yeah, but airports get mail because the planes have to deliver the mail. Maybe he did work at a store like the ones he targeted. So he can't deliver to the stores? Because stores get mail. Now, not all computer store owners are gonna have enough money to take flights, or be lobbied by the timber industry, or schmooze marketing executives, or fund universities. But all these places get mail. And when um and you know who else gets mail? Regular people like us. And they were targeted too. It's also extremely inconspicuous as well. Because like the mail guy, it's kind of the vibe that they do. It's the mail, like you can, it's a face that you just know, but it's blurry because you never paid attention to it. They've been around, so you're used to them. Because mail is really the only thing that connects these locations to each other, because each one of these can receive mail. But did he work in like a mailroom of a university? Did he work in the mailroom of an airport? Did he work in the mailroom of one of these big companies? Yeah. What about that? I also. There we go. Right, we think it is very specific, but it's so specific that you would never think of it as someone that would know computers, someone that would know how to make a bomb.
How have you been doing so far? We're going to slow it down because that's a lot of info. Go ahead.
So I've been talking with chat because Arbor Lynn is saying computers are both present in airports and universities, I guess. Maybe he did work at a store.
Were they
but
in 1985? Good point. What do you think?
But my point is, it doesn't relate to every single one. Whereas a post office can, because a post office can be within a university, but a post office can also deliver to a university. And it's also a very inconspicuous job. No one second guesses or like looks twice at the postman. Just like the milkman, it's expected.
Okay. Exactly. So, standard practice, rather than wading through a lot of things that look alike, can we go after just the exceptions, which is, 1, a bomb was placed and not mailed? And then you say there was one post office?
I had one that I caught.
So, was it a post office or a postmaster?
I need to look at wait. Anomaly.
He had 2 things that stood out. One was, remember, the bomb was placed with the planks and nails. He's still making cheap bombs in 1985. Right? I'm looking for the post office one. This one, an engineering professor. I mean, these guys are the elite.
Governor's hand placed. We're in two. Or just one?
No, one was hand placed in front of a computer store.
Hand placed.
It's left in a parking lot in Salt Lake City computer store. One was hand placed. Geneticist, for Christ's sake. Yale computer scientist. They were all, I don't actually see any bomb in a post office or at the postmaster. All of these were elites.
Okay.
Elite industries that he went after and leaders in their fields. So
they just assumed that he would attack the place, but he wouldn't want to attack those places, that post office, because he needs his packages delivered.
He needs the post office, didn't he? But they didn't assume they attacked the post office. They put extra security on packages. So people were not getting their mail. They were trying to develop the technology to scan packages. All kinds of shit had to happen. Right. So in looking at this, all right, we'll look at let me look at the frequency.
Yale computer scientist, Harvard
computer scientist, geneticist, psychologist, engineering professor.
I'm just trying to make a list.
So his first year, one bomb. If somebody else wants to write this down or type this in for Clai while she's doing that, I will read the chat, okay? Because you guys, she's right. Like,
yeah, chat.
Help her out, because.
Read those notes.
Yeah.
Any cliff notes.
Right, because if you like her, we know you like the same thing she likes.
Yeah, and this ADHD brain does not retain
jack shit. It's right. It's just gone. All right, and she's data, so she has to see it with lines making connections, so somebody else can get in that Google Doc, right?
Yep.
And you can detail the frequency. So she'll do her thing. Let's see if you'll do it for her. All right.
And here's that.
Support small streamers. Okay. First year, 1. Second year, 2. Third year, 1. Fourth year, 1. Fifth year, 2. Skips 3 years. Sixth year, 4. Seventh year, 1. Skips 6 years. 2 bombs. That's the 8th year. 9th year, 1. 10th year, 1. 11th year, busted. Almost 20 years of this guy.
I thought it was 16, or was it 11?
he had 16 bombs in an almost
16
20-year period.
bomb.
He goes from 78 to roughly 96.
Sick. Put that on my...
So 18 years. 16 bombs,
Huh?
18 years,
These bombs were
3
legally...
fatalities, 2 were defused, the rest were injured. Hey, Minnie.
And was it 2 or 3 that failed?
2.
And two failed,
2 were
2 defused.
1 failed. So he had 2 were defused, 1 was a dud. But if you look at the frequency, he was not only getting better at bombs, he was becoming more prolific. 4 in the same year. Yes, it did. It terrorized the nation. It killed the post office because people were too afraid to accept send a pack, too afraid to accept packages. That's when you had FedEx and UPS stepped up because they had scanners. So there was this huge thing, but yet none of his bombs were apprehended. They all arrived at their destinations. Regardless, there were no real security improvements whatsoever. They all arrived. From New Jersey all the way to California, he hit.
And we're assuming that he's not hand delivering them as a postal worker.
Nobody knows.
Because I feel like that would be a...
Nobody knows. Very well, except for what we know about him after the fact. No, nobody knows.
No, I'm talking like I have no idea that I know how this ends.
Well, when you look at the evidence, that's a very far cry from this little man they arrested. All right. Now he's talked to the media. He sent some sort of message. All right. So we know that he has elite targets. We know that he tricks people. We know that he sucks at detonation because his detonation bombs were easily diffused and 1 was a dud. So this isn't his forte. He's not a very good bomb maker. But he's good at tricking people into opening a box. And that is a key. There's a key in that. Later you'll find out why. To begin the profile, we look at the victims. This guy is comfortable in these industries. This guy knows how to look up your personal address. How would this guy know anything about these individuals, though? There's only one way he could have done that. And that's if he read about them in the newspaper. Or possibly saw them in an interview on TV, but none of these people appear on TV except the lobbyists. The other ones have commercials and yellow pages. There's one of the other clues. The yellow pages and television commercials. Okay? Of these targets, which ones would have been listed as businesses in the yellow pages, and which one of them would be showing local commercials?
You really have stepchild help? Yes, I do. I need stepchild's help to solve
Stepchat
this.
should help. Yeah, it went on that high desolate mirror. Okay,
Even if it's victim
Stepchat.
as well. It was a
Stepchat,
fist.
I'm gonna do you a favor. Okay, now Clai, this is their homework, so don't look at this. All right. You're over there.
Yeah.
Here,
You're on
Stepchat.
here.
Here,
I'm over
Stepchat. I'm gonna be a jerk. I want you to help her because she's being so nice to us. All right. There is a link in my chat, so Clyde, don't come over here. Don't open this link. I don't even trust you guys anymore. Okay, don't open the link. Okay, your Stepchat, come over here and fetch this link, and this will be your timeline that you can use to pull your data that she's gonna need. Okay. So some nice step chatter. Bip over here. Fetch this and take it back. Don't share it.
Help
Don't give it to her. She's looking at something else.
Yep,
And
diagram.
this is your timeline. Make it easy peasy. Then you can pull the data and tally it and summarize it. Okay? And that way you guys are part of this. You're the researchers. She's the one trying to make the connections.
So much data that I have to my font's so small.
Well, we're gonna minimize it now.
Yeah. That is what I'm finding is that the more that we're building onto it, the more that I'm like combining the boxes that I had separate.
And you're gonna start to prematurely profile if you do that. So now I don't know your step chat, but I expect to see somebody, one of those names over there. You've got more than I do, I think. So help her out. Take the link, copy it, open it up there on your browser. Don't share it. Only the chat can see it. Okay. She's gonna work on her thing, and you need to start tallying that. So when I call for a summary, you guys should have a nice quick tally that she could then input the data. This is how all teams work. You guys are what we used to call the gophers. Go for this, go for that. Arberlin says you had what? A psychologist. That he was their therapist. Yeah. Okay. No. But
he needed one.
The plain one is not hand delivered. It was simply sent airmail.
Yeah, both. Yep, and
The one that he set down was a computer store. He put it in the parking lot.
Fatal explosion.
Yeah.
And then Bomb 14 at another computer store as a computer scientist in
Geneticist Charles Epstein. Okay, so the step chat should have the timeline. So I'm calling for information. So the step chat can pull it, hand it, tally it up, hand it to Clai. Clai can input it. And you actually got quite a pattern here. How, the reason that they couldn't see it is because it took so long to establish it.
Turnover, I'm sure, too.
Incredibly slow. Not even one a year.
I'm talking about, like, investigator turnover.
Yeah. So the one thing I asked was how many of these targets could have run local commercials on television and would have been listed in the Yellow Pages as a business. They're like, we're supposed to help.
Everything but yeah, that would have been everything. Because Yellow Pages, you can also write ads. Oh wait, fuck. Didn't add newspapers to that tool.
Advertising in a news, but I'm talking local commercials, local Yellow Pages, local newspapers.
Or we
Now the timeline will show you the newspapers where this was, where the headlines were, but I'm talking about pre-internet. You had newspaper and you had television and you had radio. These are local. You're not in California with usually with a national broadcast out of Washington, D.C., for instance. You only had a few national broadcast stations. You had 4 channels. So many national broadcast stations. You had, what? How many? You didn't have a radio powerful enough to pick up a DC signal in California. So think about it.
yeah, everything was very localized.
It was
I didn't even think
localized.
about radio.
And radio, even radio. You had affiliate stations and syndication stations, but all they got was recordings and playlists. Like, they couldn't do it live. They couldn't pick up a live unless it was a national broadcast station. You're not going to be able to pick that up. The stepchat just fainted. They can't believe there was life before the internet. I don't believe it.
Hey, when I started at my clinic, we were backing up on cassette tapes still. And if you backed out one of the, like, I don't even know what they were called. It's not like the main computer, the, like, other computers. If you backed out of them and not that first computer first, 1, you got yelled at. I found that out. And 2, you have to shut down the whole system and reboot it. And they do not boot fast like today.
It was on a mainframe. You had a mainframe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's a network computers. Yeah, you don't back. You have to sign out of it. Yeah, exactly.
And a line printer.
And a line printer. Holy shit.
Oh,
my god.
We were
That's
using
some obsolete ass shit right there.
Yeah, we were using sheets, X-ray sheets, film. We were still using film for X-rays.
Jesus.
Yeah, and I was like, nope, I'm not. People are not paying for X-rays because I know for a fact that you cannot see shit. It's so bad. And Doc was like, yeah, I do agree. And I was like, cool, because
Wow.
Now can we buy this? That's how we gotta do it.
Jesus. Yeah, that's kind of shocking. Really. You could have, like, scanned somebody's chest in on a regular scanner and done better. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the step chat can do their job.
Abrams, I see you're in chat.
Abrams.
Do you want to do the job?
We're soliciting help, yes.
I'm not looking. I am
She is fighting
Just
the
copy and
urge.
pasting for you,
Yes,
Abrams.
she's doing her absolute best, and I know
Good.
it's hard to resist this. Do not look at that timeline yet. Let's see if they'll do it.
That's what you guys have to figure out, read, and regurgitate back.
All you gotta do, I'm gonna give the prompts. I'm asking for certain detail. It's like a crossword search.
Oh, here.
That's all. And then you give her the summary in chat, and she can
Oh,
input it.
deafen, and you can coach then. I should probably mute myself. And then someone just post and find. All right, chat. Let's get it. Really? Upper. Oh, Paula. Why would you find a genocide? Did they write something? Mm. Likely. That shift. Likely. No personal connection. No personal relation with victim. But a person vendetta for what? What? Wait. What? I'll show you guys what I'm so that you guys can see I'm not cheating. Yep. This is so what Clai is doing. It looks like absolute insanity. It looks so crazy. Alright, so then I'll put mine over hers so that I'm not cheating. And you guys can see my note-taking process. Oh, look. We got the timeline. Not the timeline. Well, I know I wanted to put start and end so that I had it clear, and then I would just put everything in. So the rows, if it's in a bottom row, that means that it relates to it. If it's actually in the box, it like really relates to it. I want this dot gone. Go away. Okay, that's... I didn't do what I wanted at all. First bad news, I only got to look at the timber lobbyist that could have been in the yellow pages, a downtown place. The good news, there is a $1 million reward for hints. So good luck. Oh, like it wasn't his private place, but a business one. Why is a timber lobbyist worth $1 million? And who's paying that $1 million? Who's funding it? Until an anomaly for that. He was his also, this was male. Oh my lord. He's bugging the crap out of me. That this arrow. Okay. What's that? Was a business owned downtown place. So we have a central location. Good news is there's a $1 million reward for... It's a big reward. So that makes you wonder if the timber company are mad about it, because are these not made of wood so that they incinerate? Incinerate. So if they're made out of wood to incinerate, it would kind of, I don't know, make the people who make wood mad, because then it's seen as, like, any wood box from that point on is going to be seen as sketchy. So bad for business. People start worrying about these things when it's bad for business. And it was mailed for sure. Okay, I only selected part of you. You did not all have to. Alright. If one thing happens in the box, everything happens. Cool. And you would get that information from the yellow pages. Oh, my lord. Draw an arrow. Sorry, my OCD makes me have to make everything align. Dropped him off at the post office, or if he dropped him off at a post office box close enough to wherever he was mailing. Because if he were to go to the post office, he would have been easily identifiable, right? Because this same guy, I mean, he could go to multiple post offices, but I just find it hard that they wouldn't notice. Oh, the same guy is like gone across. But then again, most people don't pay attention to details, so don't focus on the tiny details. There's big shit. So the big shit is the lobbyist. One of these people on this list is... I mean, there's the United Airlines president, but one of these people on this list has got to be a politician. Because of this timber lobbyist. Because I feel like whatever politician is supporting that is going to be a target too. Because who the hell are the rest of these people? And why is a geneticist thrown in it? Okay, one more. Public relation executive. This attack was at his private home. Maybe hand delivered. No. He increased it. To last attack. So if they're the two last attacks, they're going to be the finale. So why are these two people a finale? Arberlin, which came first? Public relation executive. For what kind of business? The executive was first? Okay. Do we have a name? Or are we just PRE? Customers like Philip Morris. Ah! Okay, so manages. Actually, no, I'm gonna do customers. Clientele. Okay, put on it, but the mic. Where now? That would you. Gotta.
Arberlin's over here.
It's got promoted too, but I doubt that's a thing for local news. Wait, was he just promoted to public relations? And you have to remember at that time in local news, people would buy ads for shit like that. So like his wife or his mom or grandma could have been like, "Oh, we're so proud of you. We're gonna buy you an ad and write about it so that all
True.
of our friends can see it."
Yeah. Renting
do-
computers was a brand new thing. This was the .com era, remember?
Oh, they rented?
Yeah, Rentec. They were renting computers, computer rentals, and leasing because people couldn't afford to pay for them outright.
Just said recent. Okay. I don't know why I've asked what it was I
Well,
typing here.
So, and then we're asking at this point with what you have, what do you think? What do you all think he's trying to accomplish?
I think he's trying to send a message.
Uh-huh. Like a terrorist. Everywhere. Oh, that's okay.
But these are specific evils that he believes
Ooh,
in.
that's intriguing. Specific evils. What evils do you suppose he's targeting?
Well,
That's interesting.
people always throw politicians in as an evil. And who's gonna relate with those politicians? The lobbyists. And if you're lobbying for lumber, also known as lobbering,
right?
Because that's what it was the two words I was trying to put together, was lobbying and lumber.
Right? Lobbering.
Lobbering. And Philip Morris. What did Philip Morris do, Arberlin? They were described as quiet people.
Philip Morris is the head of the tobacco. Philip Morris is a tobacco company.
Oh. Not first.
Not since 1763. It was the name of a plantation in Jamaica.
So big money.
There's definitely some high tech, right? Lots and lots of clout, right? Experts, genetics. They didn't even have the Human Genome Project finished.
Oh, I was going to say genetics for plants.
Engineer. Look at that, yeah. Genetics.
High tech. High.
Cutting edge science. Lots of clout. He also hand-placed bombs that blew up ordinary little old graduate students.
I want to put questionable science because that's how he is thinking about this.
Ethical. The ethics of capital merchants, consumerism, the ethics of genetics, psychology. They were all in fields with a enormous amount of regulation. And computers flatly scared people to death. Computers, believe it or not, were a hard sell
That's
because they were presented to the public as computers are going to replace teachers. Computers, machines will be teaching your children in the future. And they went, you can fuck all the way off.
wish.
Yeah, it was a hard sell.
Profit. Questionable ethic.
And you had computers before there really was internet. So the only people who could get into databases were at universities.
Yeah, because everything was local.
Yeah, and you had Gopher, which is where that word comes from, Gopher. And if you didn't have the exact paragraph long URL, you practically had to be a programmer to type a URL in. And then it would return you strings and strings of uncompiled data. You would just,
It's a lot of
everybody was
printing.
using DOS, right? So you kind of had to know how to, so the only people who could routinely just sit down and get to a computer and access anybody's database were at university.
Yes. And
That's where you learn to be a chud on the IRC for the first time. Yep.
because that's where I put in between anomalies and victim profile, put on the line, all of these people could be researchers academically. Yale computer scientist, geneticist, computer engineer, psychologist.
And all of the graduate students were researchers. They were in research divisions.
Now,
he was targeting, you can see that,
were
academics.
these the graduate students?
Yep, the graduate students were also researchers. So he put them in like study halls where they were doing their research. And they were graduates, masters, not bachelors. So this is very specific.
Like they already have their masters?
He didn't put them in the student commons. He put them in the study halls, the graduate study halls in research departments. So now you see a very clear pattern.
By smart people.
Really smart people. Leaders in their field. One was an entrepreneur going into computer rentals. Capital merchant, it says. Not just your average, ordinary Best Buy dude either, but a brand new technology that was for the first time being available for public consumption and too expensive to buy, so you had to rent them. And yes, they drove your electric bill up.
And they were hot.
Like, ridiculous, yeah.
Never.
Look at that.
Holding smart
Engineers,
people.
geneticists, psychologists, computer scientists.
Holding smart people.
Not just smart.
Stopping.
The leaders in their fields. Two of the fields are brand new. Right.
Field.
And then the marketing executive in his firm, right? Advertising campaigns for all of this.
That's where he
was reading about these people in the news.
Yeah, that's why
and
I
watching
said
ads.
likely no personal relationship with victims, had personal issues.
There we go. Finally, we get two things. His motive. First impression, revenge. First clue as to his identity. Is he a traditionalist?
Yes. I would say he is very
he is one pissed off conservative.
He's very reluctant to change.
Now we have what we know what to call him. He is a domestic, violent extremist. There's no financial gain if you don't know who he is. He's shit at making bombs. It took him 6 years. He's not a bona fide terrorist, or he would have done maximum damage in public spaces. He didn't take out an actual sitting official. He went after universities. You know, an institution nobody wanted to go to. But then we find out that these universities opened up IT programs
And
using massive supercomputers to figure out genomes,
so
right?
when there were
Uh-oh.
breaks in the years,
What
serial
was he doing
killers.
then?
What's the name of this one? The Unabomber.
The Unabomber.
And this is the link that UD has provided for chat to go digging for info to help me.
Yes, to help Clay.
I have my diagram up on my OBS so that you guys can see this madness, so that you guys could throw in whatever info you're like, oh, this goes here. What's the goal of this? We need a profile. We need to know who this guy is that has sent out 16 bombs, whether or not all of them have detonated. He has made 16 bombs and distributed them to the public. Now, some of these, the public may be more important than others, but these members of the public also are important to him. They have meaning.
There it is. He may not know them, but they're terribly meaningful to him. Exactly. Exactly.
They are creating some kind of they're making him uncomfortable. They're ruining something for him.
They're ruining something for him.
Because think about what it takes to make a bomb. To make 16 bombs. And you're most likely, this person is most likely very scarred. May have some fingers missing because they were rudimentary, and you could tell that he was improving as they went on, but they were never... I'm sure if we were to bring in a bomb expert, they would be able to tell us that, yes, they were improved, but they were never up to the standards that we would have them at.
They were not comparable to the bombs of Iranian terrorists. They were not up to spec with a global terrorist. So yes, this guy is domestic. Seems to be revenge. These targets mattered to him. All of them were under heavy regulatory oversight. He is a domestic violent extremist. He is a traditionalist, a conservative, and he has a grudge. And he's very slow on the uptake. 18 years with a gap of 3 years and a gap of 6 years. He's a slow burn. Some of them hand delivered,
set it off?
some of them air mailed, some of them post.
Because
let's right.
The two big spaces are between the last two bombs, correct?
The last two bombs came back to back. They were after a 6-year gap. So he seems to do this. He'll go 1, 2, boom, 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 stop. Then 1, 2, boom, 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 stop.
Because I'm wondering if he's like seeing like advertisements for, come join our brand new computer science course
program.
Yeah. Or come try our computer systems today. Upgrade this, do that.
Right.
There's going to be something that just made him
catches his attention.
Mad, and he's just like, you're next.
I
have to stop you.
Right. He gets triggered.
So what is it that
triggered,
he's
and then
wanting to stop?
and he escalates. Then he escalates. Also, of those that he hand delivered,
why?
it was nothing for him to get onto campus and sign up for the campus newspaper. Newspapers in every, which was his main form of communication, then mass media, newspapers in every state that he went to. He couldn't contact them states any other way. But some of these are national figures where the only press the guy could have gotten would have been national newspapers. So, for instance, the New York Times, the New York Post, the Washington Post, New Yorker, New York Times, Washington Post, and LA Times, Sacramento, they all had national newspapers. They had national distribution. So there are at least 5 major newspapers he easily could have subscribed to or picked up at any newsstand. He would have been as well informed as anybody else in that era, as well informed. In fact, let's put it to you this way. Think about this. With mass media, everybody got the same news on the same day at the same time. The internet cannot do that, but mass media could. He would have been as up on things as anybody else in the country. That information was publicly available everywhere in the country on the same day. By dinner, everybody was having that same conversation about what they saw in the news. Even the internet can't pull that off.
What did you label it as?
That is mass media was able to do that.
Because you spouted off a label.
I don't know.
It was domestic terrorists, but
Domestic violent extremists.
Yes.
A DVE. Or formerly domestic terrorists.
So that.
But he matches the profiles of serial killers. If the bombs were bodies,
They had signatures.
Modus operandi, exactly the same. Target, right in the same demography. He's one of them. He doesn't have any overtly political motive. A terrorist does. He's not declaring his loyalty to... He's not a dissident. He doesn't seem to be a dissident. But he definitely has a grudge. And yet, it's not personal enough to be a serial killer. If he is a conservative, he is a dissident. He is a domestic terrorist, a domestic violent extremist. It puts him in a different category altogether. Compare this to the Zodiac killer, who was a serial killer, where people confuse these two.
Really?
I don't know why. There's nothing at all.
No.
But they do. They think Zodiac and Unabomber, and they stick them together. I think in their mind, that was the last sort of conflation. After that, we lose mass media, and I'm thinking that's why. Because people literally could not get on the same page after, say, 1994. That all fell apart. So people were ingesting news from private outlets, independent outlets, scuffed ass, fucked up, my opinion, blog outlets, every other fucking kind of outlet.
Liberty Eagle dot AR-15 dot Liberty Rules.
There you go.
Like, whenever I see people post those types of links, I'm just like, oh my god.
Liberty Eagle.
Did you click it? Oh my.
Did you actually click it? Okay, so yeah, it's incredibly difficult with this guy, but this guy, it's a very clear-cut case. When you look at patterns, and you just look at patterns, typology, frequency, you get a very clear image of what this person could be and the looming possibility that there's more than one of them, but you don't want to consider. But a political dissident usually works in a team. You get these rogues, you get these one-offs like Timothy McVeigh and Ted Kaczynski. They were one-offs. They were rogues. Now, a rogue terrorist, a rogue, a rogue.
Would you call Oklahoma rogue, considering
Yes, he was a
they
rogue
were
terrorist. Yes, he was.
Wasn't it based off of like they were radicalized from either a
No.
comic book or a book?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. No, he was rogue.
So he
The
was
rogues are the
rogue.
most deadly.
So we can assume he's
And-
single.
Rogues tend to love bombs. They want to be terrorists. They want the one guy, they need to make a big impact like Kerry Noble. His church was not really, it was just a cult. And he needed to make a big impact, send a big message. He went rogue, gets a bomb, puts it in the briefcase. And this was high-tech military too. This shit would have powderized everything. Gone. And he was willing, he was not going to die either. He left it in there. He was going to leave it, walk away with the timer, detonate it from his car safely. Because he didn't have the balls to look him in the eye.
Oh my god.
He looked him in the eye and he crumbled. And he picked that briefcase up, put it in his trunk, locked it, told the guy, fuck you, went back, turned the dude in. That was it. That's a rogue. Nobody told him to do that. He cooked it up in his own head. Of all things. Trying to impress,
And I was talking to chat too, and I just kind of thinking through some of the theories is this person does it. They're most likely not too socialized, which would make
Now you're
him
getting the
easier to be a
profile
rogue.
right. You're right. This guy could not be too socialized. He's such a traditionalist. He's attacking cutting edge
He's
progress.
social, and he's so
Get it? You're right.
antisocial that he blends in the background.
He's average Joe,
The social.
but he's wearing aviators. And a gray hoodie. So you can zero in on a couple things. By the time we finally see this fucker in 1985, he's got a gray hoodie. A hoodie
And where
was
is
a
that
new
at?
garment.
Is that a university?
I will ask your step chat to look it up. When did hoodies become easy to buy?
Before the PR exec, there were 2 attacks on 2 success days. 1 genetically at his home. 2 computer science guy at Yale. Here, a threat was called to the medical center where the victim's brother worked. That one was a gymnast.
So when did hoodies become, you could just go in and pick one up? You had them in workout clothing. Rocky has a
Yeah.
hoodie, right? So you see him in the 70s, right?
And
But
Adidas.
what kind of people and in what climates wore hoodies?
People that
right?
were working out. People that played sports.
And he wears aviators. Well, how much did aviators cost in 1985?
And were they even the style?
Aviators are aviators, yeah.
In 1985?
1985. Hoodies were around in the 70s. You see Rocky training with a hoodie. Sweat, what do they call them? They didn't
Sweatshirts.
call them hoodies. They call it jackets. Sweatshirt
Because I feel like the hoodie
with a hood,
makes
a
him look
sweatshirt.
more plain,
It makes him plain. It
but the
covers him. But
aviators
the
do stick
aviators
out.
don't. The aviators distinguish him. So he's got mixed signals. But you know, when did hoodies become sitting on a clothes rack easy to pick up? And gray is as nondescript as it gets. You know? So when did those things become, I'll just go down and pick me up a hoodie, you know? Because they're popular now, but you didn't see a lot of people wearing those back then.
So yeah, since we have come to one conclusion of them being upper middle class to
Very well
class.
educated. We know he was very well educated because he was totally comfortable with these industries. He seems to have a grudge without an actual political agenda, and he's a conservative. He's also able to hand deliver packages in at least 3 different states? California, Utah, what was the other one? Michigan? Chicago? 4 states. He was able to hand deliver a package.
what?
So this guy's able to travel somehow. You know.
Yeah, that is crazy. Many that they were around before the 90s.
Yeah, sure they were. I just said they were around. Rocky was in the 70s.
Oh.
Yeah.
Minnie, did I just make the same exact O that you just made?
Yeah. Rocky was in the 70s.
That.
Like, biggest movie of the decade.
Yeah. Oh, I'm.
So, people who live in cold climates, right?
Biggest movie of the
Athletes.
decade.
Athletes. But the
Blending in.
aviators?
Yeah, but they're going to be blending in
Right.
with the aviators.
Yeah.
Unless he needed the aviators because he had bad eyesight.
Sensitive to light.
Yeah.
Aviators were great shades.
They had a lot of coverage, and if you're staring at, because I'm sure he's using the proper eye protection in order to make these bombs, because I'm assuming there's got to be some soldering, if not.
Well, aviators what they're protected in, but he sure does like trying to blow up aviation companies. So an aviator is what a pilot wears. 1. 2, the high-end shade in the 80s was called a wayfarer. Aviators were not high-end shades. No, I mean, unless you were like highway patrolmen had aviators on.
These are Ray-Bans.
They're black as black. Yeah. Yeah, aviators. I got here.
These are Wayfarers are the pointy edge, right?
Pointy edge, like Ray Charles looking.
Yeah.
Ray-Bans, right?
Yeah.
Wayfarers, yeah.
Yeah, these
things were aviators. Yeah.
I like aviators. I just can never get like the nose right.
So he's got aviators.
These are expensive, chat. Even today.
Yeah.
So he would have to have access to some kind of income.
So he's got a hoodie, which was a gym rat's rag,
cheap,
and aviators on him. And they can't remember anything else. Shoes, nondescript guy, slight build, average as it gets.
So he's got to have brown hair. He's got to be very dull, very...
Nothing is standing out, right?
No.
They can't see his eyes. His hair is covered. But he's white. They know he's white.
And aviators would
he's
hide
clean shaven.
face shape.
And he's got an oval face. Long oval face, and he's clean shaven. Interesting, right? And he's completely calm.
No.
When they see him, he knows they're seeing him. He just looks over, keeps walking nice and calm, doesn't speed up, just
Because if you
Mosey's on.
act like you belong there, no one will question it.
He was acting like he belonged there.
Look, I have on my little diagram. I have an actor that's him. This is his perp page.
Yeah.
So,
He was not the least bit distressed. He just
cool and
walked away.
calculated.
Yep.
Cool. Cool and calculated for crimes that are not cool, but are
Yeah.
calculated.
Yeah. He's making bombs in an era where terrorism was kind of, it was a brand new word to Americans.
Anything new is
Right.
world
You didn't-
ending.
Nothing in the news was saying the word domestic terrorist to you. Nothing in the news was saying terrorist attacks on U.S. soil,
Very plain.
right? We were condemning terrorists doing their thing overseas. So this growing paranoia and panic with these continuous bombs that were going to high-end, prestigious, elite people in elite fields, you know, and everybody, is this a terrorist attack? So that everybody was panicking.
What was the
They were
last
afraid to fly. They were afraid to open their mail.
before him?
No, because of him. Because of him. Because until then, it was nothing. They didn't even have security measures.
There wasn't anthrax or anything before then?
No. No.
So he
caused that kind of panic.
that was the day we learned how to freak the fuck out.
That was the day you learned how to freak the fuck out.
And go, oh, my neighbor may be crazy.
It's true.
It literally takes a snip of a string
Mm-hmm.
for someone to become this.
Yep.
Because this slope goes like this arrow that I need to fix.
Yeah.
Straight down and quick.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
it feeds like an addiction.
Mm-hmm. Huh. So you're getting onto his profile, right? Just like that, right?
He's very easily tempered or
Oh,
angered
he's triggered as fuck.
over things that normal people would not be, normal adults would not be triggered
Yeah.
about.
What it is, it's eaten him, is known only to him. So his motive is missing entirely. Although it appears to be revenge.
I was to say, do we not use the manifesto as a motive?
Well, you got to profile him before you decide.
Oh, I thought he distributed it already.
No, he
Okay.
was not able to. So you have to profile it before you decide whether to publish it.
Okay, so we're not there yet.
Right. Nope. Now he says it. He's contacted the media. So the second time he makes a demand, you know, like a terrorist. Hey, publish this and the bombing stops. So I'm interested. What was the first time?
That he sent it out.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
take a look.
because if you were in that position and you were reading what he wrote, would you not just be like, this some like book a kid wrote, this some wild stuff. I don't like, it's not something that someone's gonna take seriously. And I can see that as another agitator too, is he at first tried to talk to people about it and about the problems, and no one would listen, and he got to the point where You're like, okay, you're not gonna listen? You listen to this.
Well, I mean, if you were looking for that, though, how would you even begin? Okay, that's something we don't know. We just don't know. We just don't know, right?
You just know that this
So
person has a lot of hate.
he's definitely angry.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you do in your spare time when you're not building bombs, sir?
Exactly.
Do you have a family? I'm assuming you're single if you're able to be building these bombs. Um,
Can we assume he's single?
mm, the
We don't really have a whole lot.
antisocial and blending in
Most likely
easily.
not married, but well educated, possibly very intelligent,
Because a
and
witness would have also noticed a wedding band.
no, they didn't. I mean, they couldn't see him that clearly. So
True.
antisocial, very well educated, possibly high intelligence. He might be a geek, an outsider. He's acting as a rogue.
Because
Um,
that would be a very hard
yeah.
secret for a partner to keep too. Like a
Well,
romantic
maybe.
partner, not like a partner in crime.
Well, he would have to have had some sort of profession where these lengthy trips weren't, you know, you know, noticed.
So that's another reason why he's most likely single, because he was constantly moving.
Well, he hand delivered packages in 4 different states.
And the hiding out for years.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you had a partner, they would be more active and out and about, so he would have more chances to be seen, to be recognized. But also, we have witnesses, and witnesses that described oval face aviators. So then you get a sketch artist. The sketch artist puts it out there, and the more that he's out in public, and if he were to have a wife or a partner, they would most likely notice the sketch and be like, "This you? This is what you've been doing?" So I feel like there wouldn't be 18 years of this if he
Yeah, this guy's
weren't
got
single.
a lot going on for this, right?
And 18 years is a lot of time to stew and plan.
So we know that he's a conservative, he's a traditionalist. He targets people who are on the cutting edge, and he targeted a marketing firm that does a lot of propaganda, pushes the technology. As it turns out, the marketing firm was hired for the Exxon Valdez incident, the oil spill. All right, PR people, okay. A geneticist, applied psychology, engineer, right? Computer science, right? He's got a grudge against people on the cutting edge of science and
And
technology.
change. We don't need change. The stuff works.
It's more than change, because a lot of people didn't want change, but he took it to a next level. It's not that exactly.
Because what revenge, because we do have that question too. Is this
Revenge
revenge or
for what?
rage? Yeah, and revenge for
Rage.
what?
Or this looks like an ideology. So he's now beginning to look like a terrorist with an ideology, but he's a rogue. He's a
Which
lone
is
wolf.
a wild card
It's
for
super
us
dangerous. Yes.
because we cannot predict a next victim. We can't predict if he'll ever stop, if he'll somehow figure out how to build the shittiest nuke ever, but it works. That's how
Yep.
the one time he figures out a detonator.
Right.
I wonder if that ate him up. That he couldn't figure it out.
Most likely. Most definitely. It might explain his acceleration.
Terrorist.
So,
In order to have money, you'd have to do some kind of like easy travel gigs.
mm-hmm.
So like pizza delivery, right? Ah? Pizza delivery driver. Drop boxes
In
off.
5 different states. Possibly.
Yeah, but that's not where the murders took place. It's not like a tri-state area, is it? Like they're further, so that wouldn't. Oh, more detail. And above, the families and other people were in danger.
Mm-hmm.
In danger from the bomb, or like him sending a threat with
Oh.
it?
He had a mustache and curly hair sticking through. Okay, sorry, he wasn't clean shaven. Anyway, go ahead. Just saying.
Sees it as evil, a conspiracy theorist?
A conspiracy theorist. It's possible. There was lots of conspiracies about genetics, about computers. If you know the 5G
And being
panic.
replaced.
Yeah, being replaced. The great
The attacks
replacement
close
theories.
by.
Yeah, except it's not racially motivated.
Were all the victims?
Leaders in their
Well,
industries.
no, were they all Caucasian?
I don't know. You'd have to look all that up, but chances are, yeah.
Because I mean, yeah, that would answer not.
Because of their industries at that time.
Oh,
So they
yeah,
do
yeah.
call him a domestic terrorist. He is officially categorized as a domestic terrorist.
We still don't know how old you are. Because everyone wears hoodies.
Mm-hmm. No, everyone wears hoodies now.
And if you were seen on a college campus.
But walking around in 1978, I'm asking the step chat to see if they can figure out how common hoodies would be
how much
on
were they?
campuses in 1978.
Days of.
Because I don't know. All I know is Rocky wore a hoodie in the movie.
Because I feel like hoodies were easy to blend in because, like, everybody's like, they just assume that that person's not putting any effort in.
Maybe, but how common were they? In 1978, right?
Google.
You're
Step
so
chat.
good at Googling.
Google.
Find this out. How common were hoodies
1978.
in 1978, right?
And then also get the price because that'll
And
tell
the
us.
price. And how common would they be in, where was it, Sacramento in 1985? In other words, was this a costume or was this just shit everybody was wearing? because we all wear hoodies now. Everybody has hoodies in their closet.
Yup.
And they're very decorative, right? I'm pretty sure they don't look like what Rocky was wearing in the movie.
No. And
He's trying to be snarky. Like, nice, fat chance, nice try. So see if you can look it up, Snarkmeister. And then he better be the first one to respond, too.
according to Wikipedia, they became popular in the 1970s.
They
Hoodies
were very
extremely
popular in
common and cheap
1978?
in the
Okay.
70s due to black/hip hop culture popularizing it.
In 70s?
Wait,
No.
I don't think there was hip
Now
hop
you're
in the
way off.
70s.
Oh my god. No. Wow.
I was like,
Wow.
did they listen to hip hop in the 70s? Huh,
Okay.
I
We're
missed
gonna
that.
give up. We're gonna give up on that because that's just not gonna fly. All right, never mind. Never mind. But you would actually look into everything about it, right?
Yeah. Because the way that he dresses, well, aviators, unless he sold them, would be expensive. So if you knew whether or not his sweatshirt was like a name brand, if it was a big brand, if it was like a Walmart, it would give you an idea of how he thinks of himself appearance wise too.
Mm-hmm.
So he obviously doesn't care what people think that he looks like. And people don't care enough what he looks like that they don't notice him.
Mm-hmm.
Even when carrying large, weird objects.
Mm-hmm.
Or, alternatively, you're familiar enough that it's not questioned.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are the same areas. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he had his little tour out that, oh, if I find out that you're doing something,
Mm-hmm.
we're starting it. Culture history of the hoodie. 1974, 75.
He started in 78. Okay. This is most likely not a person who would ever be familiar with rap or hip hop.
Yeah.
Because
He's
that shit wasn't allowed on mainstream fucking media. All right?
Those aren't real instruments.
Forever. Yeah. And so it was like way into, I mean, what was it? Rapper's Delight, 1970 when, right? But it was coming out then. Is that something that also triggered him is the question? You know?
The people
He's
that
triggered
wore
by
them.
a lot of change. One of them would have been rap and hip hop. So close but no dice, but maybe.
Because it said the people that wore them were all people who were sort of looked up to in the context of the street. But I don't think he would be one to worry about street cred. I don't think he cares enough.
Exactly, but that's exactly it. He's wearing something that people in very cold climates would wear, a lot of construction workers would wear. And rap coming out of New York, you know?
He's got to be intimidating enough.
Way. Yeah. Does he know this? He has a lot of Chicago locations, though. A lot of Chicago locations. So maybe this guy is a hood rat. Literally a hoodie rat. Who knows? Just because he's white doesn't mean he can't come from these neighborhoods, but
my dad did.
He's way educated. So yeah, it's an enigma, right? So he's sending mixed signals.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, mixed signal. But like I don't like yes, but I'm like
Yeah, that doesn't hold up much. But you can't eliminate anything until you have a much better profile on him.
yeah, because we don't know where his funding comes from. We don't know how old he is. We're gonna assume middle age.
30s. He's most likely in his 30s.
Military.
He's a white male, well-educated, most likely in his 30s.
I say not military, considering he sucks at making bombs.
Sucks at making bombs. Chances are he never had access to that kind of technical training, so...
Criminal record? Probably not either. If he's not very noticeable, very low-key,
He's
probably...
not on anyone's radar.
Yeah.
He's just nothing.
He doesn't exist and he uses it to his advantage.
The first bomb was personal. Professor of engineering at Northwestern University.
Mid-30s? Or did he...
30s.
Okay.
Yeah.
General Clai, General.
Yeah.
And his first...
Late 20s, 30s, early 30s.
Are you talking about Ted?
Yeah.
Yep. This is the link to the doc that I have been working on because I had to piece stuff together. Also though I updated the link to where if you look at it,
boom. He really hates computers. Planes didn't quite work out. Okay, he gives up on the planes. A marketing executive and a timber industry lobbyist. Marketing executive works for a firm that covered up Exxon's oil spill. These don't really look like political concerns. He attacks cutting-edge people. He's targeting technology. And those people who are leaders in their fields in cutting-edge technology. He's trying to take out the leaders. Stop the leader, the movement collapses, right? He's very targeted, right? Not much we can say about him. Since nobody ever saw him except once, we have no idea how he aged, where he's at, what he's doing, right? We got his fucking manifesto. And we got his threat. If you want the bombings to stop, publish this. We have this creepy letter to one professor saying, hey, read this master's thesis, handwritten. That's unusual. So a couple of times, more than once, he's requested to be heard. He wanted his shit read.
And I bet that just ate him alive. And no one thought it was just...
In his letters that he frequently wrote, he was quite insistent. He was getting more and more frustrated at why he couldn't get this manifesto picked up. Why haven't you published? Which meant he was reading the paper that he was writing to and checking it every day.
So you'd have to be in the area.
No?
No,
These
they're
are
the Senate.
national
Yeah,
newspapers. Remember
yeah,
what I
yeah.
said? They're national newspapers. So
Escalate.
they asked the public to go around and look at people, suspicious people, buying newspapers at newspaper stands.
What the? How not to get the public?
Yeah. Like, do they come back every single day? And that was something where people did spot a man doing that. But nothing conclusive.
Or
Plus you had people buying the newspapers every fucking day. Everybody knew that the paper was deliberating over whether to publish this. They made the announcement that they were considering
oh, they
it.
made an
And
announcement.
they knew that would capture his attention, and he wrote in and over and over, hey, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Keep your word or kaboom, right? Over and over.
Escalate.
So now they really got him, right? They know they're pissing him off,
Desperation.
right? Desperate. And then they thought, we keep pissing him off, somebody else is going to blow up. So they finally agree to publish this manifesto. And that's where the linguists step in and look at the language from this fucker. And that was one of the keys, was his famous, he didn't say you can't have your cake and eat it too. He said you can't eat your cake and have it too. And a linguist finally said, nobody says that. And then they looked up the etymology of the phrase. Originally it was, you can't eat your cake and have it too. And that would have been the way people used the phrase in a certain era.
That.
Oh. That's interesting. All right. Because everybody else says you can't have your cake and eat it too. He says it the other way around. All right. So they publish his manifesto. Right. Now you've got enough of a profile. You see he's some sort of dissident. He is targeting technology. He's very well educated. Now, at this point, he's middle-aged, white guy. A loner. You've got all that, right?
Yep.
The New York Times and the Washington Post both published. Letters to the editor. And then very cleverly, the New York Times comments about, he says, without modern technology, would the Unabomber's manifesto denouncing technology have reached the audience he seeks? He wants to have his cake and eat it too. Hi, Templix.
They said that?
Hey, good, I'm glad you're in. The peer review debate and mock review is Saturday, 7 p.m. And I'm hoping you're going to be on this debate. Hey, Grumple. I know. Good morning. I'm a marathon streamer. I can't sleep. I can't wake up. I had a show with Globus yesterday.
Yeah,
I waited a week for, and passed the fuck. I woke up at 9 p.m.
What sleep?
Pissed me off because that was our opportunity to talk about how research gets done in peer review. So hopefully Globus will let me reschedule it soon. All right. So
I'm on day 2.
this editor said, I suggest Ted Kaczynski remove himself to a remote section of New Guinea or the last remnants of the rainforest in Brazil.
Do you fear them that much?
No,
What's
he
up,
had that much
Grumple?
contempt for him. That was the editor. These were comments made about this fucker. And so
you don't poke the bear.
we think we got this guy. We basically have his idea. And then we get in his own words. He
They
calls
make fun of
himself
him.
FFC. He said he was going to send a bomb to an unspecified destination with the intent to kill unless one of the newspapers published this manuscript. The Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, after 3 months, recommended it. And
Jesus,
he,
3 months.
well, they wanted to keep him,
See how long?
see what he could do. Yeah, see what he was going to do. So he
FC.
sends industrial society and its future. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
We're cooking. Have a great day. Yeah. Have a wonderful Thursday. To your chat and my chat.
The first thing in his manifesto is that he does, in fact, he refers to himself as a we, implying that there are more than one. We are going to outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take
He's already
in
assuming that
order
people think
to
the same.
prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not a political revolution. We do not want to overthrow the government, but the economic and technological basis of present society. This fucker reveals himself. He is anti-social.
Yeah, he
It's not
completely.
right. He's not a proper terrorist, okay? Doesn't have a government agenda, doesn't have that politic. He is a crime against society.
He has nothing to lose.
And his mind, he has everything to lose, and so does all of society. If he cannot get people in 1995
And thank you for
now
the follow.
to
Simple.
turn against the industrial technology. This is 1995, 1996. Everybody has a computer now. Everybody has a cell phone now.
And he's just like,
Internet backbones are vast. It's already a given. Your internet has to be free. That whole fight went down. They deregulated mass media. They deregulated commerce.
and you know
They've
that
deregulated everything. The Cold War is fucking over. This guy is talking like it's 1962. Right? Right?
it's not his idea. It's not an ideal future.
It's not even his idea. This guy's been out of the loop so long, and he's talking about himself in the first person plural. We.
But is that a comforting thing to, like, oh, there's other people that believe?
No. He's trying to make it sound like he's part of a group of anarchists, but
Intimidated.
it's telling that he gets the phrase backwards, because back in those days when he, as it turns out, was in college, the proper way to write a thesis, you may not say I, you may only use we. He's talking about himself in this archaic way with this archaic phrase. And that's what made the linguists go, wait a minute. This sounds like shit my old professor wrote, right? The language is, it's pristine except for these archaic method of talking. The psychology of modern leftism. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism. Leftism, again, would have been called leftism, new leftism, in fact, in the 60s. So a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general, but what is leftism?
Wait, Ted Kaczynski has a graphic novel now?
Yep. Yeah, he's still corresponding. He hasn't changed at all. So this says, leftism was, in the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented. It's not clear who can properly be called a leftist. This is 2023. It's still true. It's not clear. When we speak of leftists, we have in mind socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists.
Hey, those last two were me.
Mm-hmm.
He said an animal rights activist, not one of the ones.
So now he's attempting to psychologically profile what a leftist is.
Because he doesn't want to be that.
Because leftists are progressive.
He wants the old ways.
He says in 1996 that the two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over socialization.
Yeah, you didn't get enough hugs, buddy.
Which is exactly as it stands today. What the hell he was looking at in 1996, though? He says, low self-esteem, feeling of powerlessness, depressive, defeatist, right? Doomer-pilled, guilt, self-hatred. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, more or less repressed, possibly, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority. Well, Jesus Christ.
Wait, did they just say he has an
He's
inferiority
describing
complex?
Twitch. He's describing Twitch. Yeah, this is totally true. We conclude he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. And this is what I was trying to say. All this woke shit, this shit is old.
Yes.
This shit is fucking old. So you ain't woke and you ain't new. This shit is fucking old.
People are gonna argue about this
I know.
for the rest of time.
I hate to boomer pill all of you fuckers, but this shit is old.
Your kid's gonna have this argument. Their kid's gonna have this argument.
No, they won't, because end it. That's it. Just end it. All right. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Stop the cycle.
Just, yeah. Amazing, right? Now he says, those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many of whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from privileged strata of society. Political correctness has its stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. So my conclusion is that Ted Kaczynski was actually a black feminist.
Aw, someone didn't get tenure? Guess I better make a bomb. Yes, that's how the adults act.
You know what? You are one word away from being 100% fucking correct.
Because I feel like he was like, the manifesto, I'm gonna get tenure, I'm gonna be set, like, Nobel Prize, like...
I'm gonna be brilliant.
Yes, people are gonna...
I'm gonna wake... I hate lefties, but I'm gonna make the whole world woke.
Yeah, because nobody knows this but me. I'm right.
Ted, you can't eat your cake and have it too, you idiot. And nobody's interested in your scuffed ass fucking manifesto, dude.
And also, this is the perfect time to remind debate bros to stop saying that you have a manifesto, because these are the people that write fucking manifestos.
You're exactly right.
Every time I hear someone that's like, I'm working on my manifesto, I'm like, you
Cringe.
please think of another, go get a thesaurus and think of another word other than manifesto. Because I'm going to show you the people that make manifestos, and
Are
a lot of that are
never
skinheads.
It never ends well. Oh no, skinheads, KKK.
Yeah,
It
like,
never ends well.
no. Manifest Destiny, that ended great.
All right, wait. Leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Earlier, he says, we do not mean to suggest that women and Indians are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology.
Wait, it is leftist now?
Leftists themselves feel these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their fucking problems. Holy shit. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America. They hate Western civilization. They hate white males. They hate rationality. The reasons they give for hating the West do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric. But where those same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. It is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. At this point,
And he hasn't been able
only
to
a
be.
forensic psychologist would realize that he just doxed himself. He has exposed his entire mental status,
He was
his
fired.
background, every single fucking thing about him, and that's why they agreed to publish it. There wasn't any other way to figure this fucker out.
He didn't get tenure, he was fired.
He was fired from many jobs by getting into an argument with a female supervisor, but no. Here is Ted Kaczynski. He was the youngest associate professor
Holy shit.
ever to take the position at Harvard fucking University. He quit without reason 2 years later. Harvard. Is he conservative? Hell yeah. It's
So he
only
comes
when
from
they
money?
figured out his education with that fucked up phrase and this archaic language
Ah,
that they realized he participated in the MK Ultra program at Harvard. How he was found, publishing the paper, the editor said, hey, somebody's going to recognize this shit. His brother recognized this same ideology. Ted used to talk about it. He called in and said, I don't know, but this sounds like Ted. This sounds like my brother. Where is he? Well, he's in this cabin that he built in Lincoln. We bring him food and send him money sometimes.
because you can't leave.
Lincoln fucking Montana. This dude is in no kind of comfort, okay?
He's
He'd lived
surviving.
as a survivalist since in his early 20s. He was able to live in no running water, no electricity. But yet he went to Harvard. Youngest associate professor ever. He was
So-
that gifted.
He enjoys the outdoors.
No, he does not enjoy the outdoors. He wanted to survive without technology.
Oh.
Ted Kaczynski was what's called a Luddite. He has an inveterate, bone-deep hatred of all things technological. And he had that since young age. He hates
It's a young
technology.
age. That's so strange because usually then is when you're more
It is
open.
strange. He hates technology.
But also, it's strange to be so calm when you're being caught.
Well, we don't know. Does he have a mental illness?
That's what I was saying.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry, 10 Flakes. I'm teaching it.
His amygdala is not right.
His prefrontal cortex. A neo-Luddite. Yes, he is a neo-Luddite. So he uses technology to plant bombs to tell people they should turn against industrial technology. He uses the technology of communication, mass communication, to send his manifesto to tell people to turn against industrial technology. And as the one editor said, Ted, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to use a phrase, at least get it right. Yeah. And y'all came like this close to figuring that fucker out. Some of your comments that were jokes or memes, I didn't get tenure. I guess I'm going to plant a bomb. You're that fucking close. That's exactly what happened to him. Also, in Lincoln, Montana, in the areas that he was living in Illinois, he was routinely sabotaging all of the industrial technology in his local community.
Wow.
And he had been doing it for years. Setting fires to barns, sabotaging heavy equipment. He knew how to take it apart.
My God.
He didn't like automation. He was terrified of computers. But he could build bombs. And here's his big, brilliant fucking manifesto, whereby he exposes his own low self-esteem and insecurities,
do you
and
think
that his stated intent does not match
his
that motive.
His reasoning for why he never figured out how to use a detonator is because he was so against technology?
He hated, is it what? No, he hated, that's it. He hated technology. He hated technology, period. Period. From a young age. Period. He obsessed on that the way Ted Bundy obsessed on
no family
kidnapping and raping and killing.
history.
He obsessed on it. Absolutely.
Or
He was,
like mom and dad.
his IQ was over 145, which actually, honestly, that's not that high. If it were 185, I might be impressed. No, he never gets smarter. But the way he argues, his life's work, and there when he stood in court, when he had to face victims, it never once dawned on him. You know? He couldn't always get a paper to find out what happened. He would comb, the papers to read about his little handiwork.
That high, that little hit that you want. Because if they don't report on it, looks like you gotta make another one.
When they didn't, or when he couldn't get to the papers, in fact, he escalated, yeah. He was so frustrated that he couldn't
get that itch,
get any attention. It just wasn't happening.
So addicted to it.
And they couldn't find him. And they weren't even looking.
I don't think he
Of course
could
not.
find
He's
him.
in a fucking cabin in Lincoln, Montana. Who the fuck is looking for you?
They didn't know that they were going hunting for Abraham Lincoln.
It's that he genuinely thought, because he was at Harvard, that he was one of these hoity-toity professors, and that certainly, right, they would put this together. He makes a classic error in theory of mind. that it doesn't dawn on, you know, they cannot read his mind. Nobody knows who he is. He's thinking, I'm so important. I'm going to hide out here. I'm going to do my thing. They're all going to come for me. So he goes to court. He's got to look at the victims. And he has his manifesto he's so proud of that he prepared. And he stands up and he couldn't squeak out a single word because he was too humiliated. Because he'd never once looked another human being in the eye.
And he felt
And
the
they were
fear of
staring
God.
at him. And he just put his head down and abandoned it. He just couldn't do it. It was pathetic. He tried and couldn't do it.
And that's why, and that confirms that he actually mailed most of them.
Most of them, like a coward.
Yeah.
He wasn't stupid. He was a coward. That's worse.
FC fucking coward or fuck computers.
Unbelievable. That's Ted Kaczynski. He had a problem with society, not the government, not academia. He targeted, like I said, the certain programs, cutting edge programs.
Even if he had, I mean, he used a typewriter.
Yeah, he was pretty fucking stupid in a kind of a, I don't know, pick your nose, eat your boogers kind of mad genius stupid, right?
Yeah, I have no common sense and can't take care of myself because knowledge is flowed through.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make this little bomb and
yeah,
you know, the whole world's gonna know my name at the end of it, you know.
And there was a quote that I heard the other day that was smart people or geniuses and doctors or whatever, I forgot what exactly they were talking about, but they said the reason why they do what they do, whether or not it's against their morals, is because they're smart enough to rationalize it to themselves. Now, like, we are the best at lying to ourselves. And that's where we get these manifestos. Because we think we're a little too big in the britches.
So that's your guy that you were trying to profile. He hates lefties. He hates technology. He hates progress. He hates the industrial complex. He hates the system. But he hates lefties. So he's stuck between a rock and a hard place because the world is dramatically changing all around him. The Cold War ends, restrictions fall away, exchange between nations and technology, and it rapidly becomes our world that we know today. That we don't even, I don't think anybody here maybe has any memory of there ever having been a time where what we take for granted didn't exist.
iPhone. My mom got me the original iPhone in 7th grade.
Yeah.
I remember being so stoked. And I have not gone back to a button phone.
A button phone.
Yeah, I don't have any button. Well, okay,
Button
I have
phone.
one button. I have 3 buttons technically.
I have my emergency phone. Because I'm blind, I have to have something with the largest buttons on it. I can't use a smartphone. I can't see it.
My dad,
I tried. Like, impossible. Yeah.
Even the magnifier?
No. I can't visually process anything like that.
Do they have the
It's not
manifesto?
possible. 1996.
Because I haven't found that.
You haven't actually found it?
Oh wait, Ted Kaczynski Part 1, is that?
There you go.
That's what you've been doing? Okay. Then we've been reading separate things, because I was reading the Unabomber.
There you go.
Part 1 and 2.
There you
which
go.
are they're just a
Hi,
breakdown.
Kevin FM. See what I mean? Like these emotes, I hate it. Some of these are so cool, and I can't see them. And I can't see dark blue. I can't process
Blues.
visual input. I cannot see dark blues. It has to be like Tenflick's name or
So
yellow or whatever the hell that is. Fuchsia, purple. Those I can see. Anything else, pink, and anything else, I'm like, what? Yeah, I have degenerative optic nerves. So they just don't transmit the signal. It doesn't matter what I look at. I can't see what I'm looking at. It's impossible for me to
so you don't
try to do
know
this. I can't do it.
that your stream background is dark or like a midnight blue?
It's just turquoise and purple with a black thing in between it. Yeah. Right? So that's easy on my eyes. I got no problem with that. But to tell the dark blue from black,
Oh,
nope, can't do it. So if you're in my chat and your name is dark blue, I will not be able to read your name. And a lot of things, white and black text like that, I can't see that either. I can see white text on black backgrounds.
I prefer that.
Right. But it's I can't punish you anyway, Tenflix. Why would I punish you? For what? Aw. This is civil discourse. We don't do punishment. The only punishment is if you show up at a play party, and that's a dark mode for life, right? So I can see emotes. Yay! Thank God.
So the investigator for him was investigated?
Yep.
Either he was scared. Or intimidated.
You changed my name. Oh, you know, you guys are being. Let's stop fucking trying to fluff me up. It won't help. I will not spare you. No. Yeah, everybody was investigated on Ted Kaczynski. It was like, oh my God. Not lose. Yes, you can lose your temper on these debates. If you don't lose your temper, it's not a Twitch debate. Right? How can you have a Twitch debate? You're not going to lose your temper. No. So what we're doing is the mock review Saturday at 7. So those of us who actually research or do reviews, we're going to show the chat this is a mock review. Right? This is how this gets done. Right? So they know what's going on. When the debate is in, it's a royale. So those people debating are from all over the place, and they have a judge and a jury, so the debate itself is being reviewed by peers. And it's a royale, so it's the first debate of the year. So I'm trying to make it a big launch. And then that's where you can replace people or switch them out or whatever, mute them. But the the jury is chat, and they tear the arguments apart. So it just that we had this terrible peer review debate that should never have happened, and Clai, and it just pissed off the academics and the researchers so fucking bad that we're actually having a second debate.
Let me guess. People not into research saying, well, you can't trust peer review.
Yeah, that's pretty much. But it was worse than that.
Like, okay, your evidence literally isn't even reviewed by the person that wrote it. Like, they just shit on a piece of paper and published it.
Exactly. And I go, okay, if it weren't for peer reviews, you wouldn't have anything to Google. But it was the statement that did it was wait.
It was money, wasn't it?
Oh no. If we had peer review, then we wouldn't have had a vaccine. And not only was that the height of ignoramus statements, dude didn't know the difference between the FDA and a fucking peer review. You
Your
know?
peers do not approve drugs. Unless your peers are working for the FDA.
And I was like, oh my god, fucking peer review did not interfere with us having a fucking vaccine. All of those decisions were based on peer reviews that had been done previously. What the fuck? The fact that there were peer reviews on vaccination research is the only reason we had a vaccine.
And that's
At
why
all.
I'm like, everybody's like, they need to do more testing. I'm like, it's not new. It's not new.
Mm-hmm.
You're acting brand new, but it's not new.
Dude, you're new. The facts aren't. Uh-oh. Exactly.
Yeah, you're new, the facts aren't. And you need to know.
So,
I got mad
this...
at musky old Twitter.
Musky old Twitter. I know, I got mad at musky old Twitter.
I have not
So I went to
seen that one.
Mastodon. Right. So this is what happens. Distrust in science. And that is the peer review debate. The utility of it. Without peer review, you could place no trust in science. Without peer review,
You have things
there is
like...
no due diligence. Without peer review, you ain't got nothing to fucking Google and pretend you know a goddamn thing. Without peer review, there's no due diligence over researchers. Without peer review...
We wouldn't have proved that the flu vaccine does not cause autism.
That's the case study that I pulled up.
I love referring to that. Because that's the vitamin C dude too.
For the mock review. It's on a mock review.
He's also the person that said that vitamin C helps your immune system, but guess what? You just pee it out.
Yep. Well, same as B12. You pee that out. All of it.
Like, I take vitamins because I suck at eating. So, like, it makes me feel like a responsible person. But I'm under no delusion that I'm not peeing out 90% of them. Actually, probably like 40 since long COVID. What's up, Kevin? Looking at this from the standpoint of a lawman, if something can't withstand judicial scrutiny, and that also means that the scientific evidence wouldn't pass the legal test confirming that something is legally admissible. Brian and later, Dauber. Exactly. If
we don't know what he's saying, so
if you don't want what do you mean you don't know what he's saying?
Looking at this from the standpoint of a law... Oh, is he repeating it here?
Oh, yeah.
Looking at this from... Right, legally. If something can't withstand judicial scrutiny, it's not admissible. Then that would also mean that scientific evidence wouldn't pass the legal test confirming that something is legally admissible. Fry and Dolbert. Alright. The legal admissibility test.
I don't know what that is.
It's the same thing in a peer review. Is it admissible, i.e. publishable? It has to stand up to scrutiny. Did you say you were... Did you do what you said you were gonna do? Are the facts present and accounted for? Is your logical inference a logical, cohesive fucking or cogent fucking argument or not?
Did you use commas?
What was the purpose? What was the purpose of it? And did your method match your stated purpose?
I'm over those human errors. Give me those errors.
That's what peer review is for. gonna find them.
Oh, my professors always made us write our own errors, proposed errors.
You have to write that. Your research is good, especially if you are developing medicines
I did
or treatments.
nutrition and some biomedical. I did not like well, actually, I don't really mind in research. I ripped the heads off chickens, ranching chicken house. I sound so sus on paper.
My the stuff that I do is like everything that's ever been submitted
You think?
or published. It goes it goes. They end up going. We would like to ask questions, but we can't. Like, we know this is right, but
How?
how do we even formulate a question on this? There's no room for that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I have to like add speculation in at the end so that there's, room for questions. Right?
Okay.
Like I have to
Yeah.
add them in because
You can't answer all the questions, you
no, you can't answer
overachiever.
all the questions, right? You have to cook up some dumb shit you never thought of and is irrelevant anyway, but at least they feel important,
Just throw in an error. Just erase a
yep.
whole sentence.
Oh,
That sentence being
yeah.
your conclusion.
I'll do that and change the statement into a question and
Hold on. Sorry.
carry it on from there. Right. Exactly. It's amazing. But, yeah, peer review is a researcher's last chance to get it right before making a complete fool of themselves. Okay, so they're not going to argue with you about your conclusions. That's not what they do. That's your advisor. That's their job. A reviewer's job is to say, did you follow the instructions? Did you do what you said you were? It's exactly like a debate coach. You are arguing. Did you do what you say you were going to do? Did you refer to the motion, the shit you said you were talking about? Does your data support that? And is it outlined in a way that is readable in language that everybody, the layman, can pull apart? The best peer-reviewed paper.
Recreatable.
Classic. Your favorite fucker, Chomsky. Transformational analysis. It was the foundational paper for computer programming languages. Transformational analysis. Turned out he was wrong. But his research was perfect. Perfectly laid out, perfectly argued, perfectly challenged, perfectly written, perfectly formatted.
And that's why.
And it dead wrong. That's what peer review does, and that's the caveat to it. So many times people that put research out turned out it was wrong. It's supposed to be wrong. It's science.
Good. It is a good
science
thing.
Keeps learning. Jesus. That's it.
If we don't keep proving ourselves wrong, we are not gonna grow.
We're not good scientists.
Yeah.
We're not debate bros. We don't win the flag. That's not what we do.
You're right.
That's the rule.
I've actually got to start telling myself that during the day.
It helps.
To be fair, I'm a bit of a debate bro.
Hey, we got one debate bro.
What's up?
Debate bros. Debating this has got to be the most, to me, I'm like, the first, other than the Charlottesville trial debate, this is the one that I think is going to be the most worthwhile debate. And if we get everybody together on Saturday, everybody's pissed off. There's no point at trying to be nice. Everybody's pissed off.
I'm so tired
I don't think this is going to be that fucking good of a debate, to be fair.
A whole ass degree
Dude,
and then questioning any science that I say.
No, it's a big deal because it literally pissed off every academic on Twitch that heard about it. Like, that shit pissed everyone off, and it just kept going.
Like, okay, let's see you do thousands of hours of research for shit pay, and then you're just gonna get shit on anyways because you're on the lowest on the totem pole. So like, this is your way up and out. Like, we're not just sitting here going, you know what, I'm just gonna pull this out of my ass. Some people are, but you know what, they get called out, and that those people get removed, they get disavowed. Their opinions are not trusted anymore.
How do you stop disinformation and misinformation? Okay, you got to review it. It's got to be reviewed. Goofy ass argumentation.
That's why scientific method says that you have to be able to recreate when you're writing your paper. You have to write it in a way that you can recreate exactly what happened. The same way that when we write medical records and medical histories, especially for surgery, we have to write every single detail, every dose, so that if another doctor had to come in and do exactly what we did, they would be able to do it the same exact way.
Well, I invited Tenflix because he was there, heard about it, came on with Kung Fu, and
Like, I argued about it before he ever had that panel. Like, I've never seen, like, I've seen Wick be off base about like some shit before. This was like maybe the most off base that I've ever seen. And then like it's also like it relies on like a couple notions that I feel like you would have to make like gigantic leaps to concede on, like the idea that like innovation has been stymied, which that I feel like could not be more absurd. Like, we like literally have like nanobot technology now. We have fucking rovers on Mars, dog. Like, the technology is at a fucking crazy point.
Yo, if you're not reading the latest research, then you don't get to have an opinion on the latest technology and innovation, because I know little kids that are putting their own fucking prosthetics or their own 3D machines in their houses.
Honestly, like, you do that. Like, the crazy thing is that, like, you honestly, like, everybody, 100% of people should be able to have the correct opinion on where we are on technology and whether or not it's been stymied just by, like, existing. I don't want to hear Wix cite the fucking printing press while he talks to me from his computer with like a fucking 3070 Ti in it.
It's like Ted Kaczynski arguing with you on a computer about technology.
Yeah, it's
I was about to say, what do you got against 3070 Ti's? But then I realized 30 year make, I was like...
No, I mean, obviously graphics cards are dope, but I'm just saying that, like, if you're citing some old-ass, goofy mechanical technology
from
like the printing press and saying... Yeah, like, it's just like, okay, dog, like
dude...
I'm sorry that we haven't come up with a new fucking printing methods.
That's like when people bring me papers that are... If you bring me anything that's under 10 or over 10 years old, I'm not fucking reading it, dude. Like, no. Because those will be referenced.
You have to, but let's say you're doing your research. You better have a good reason for referencing something that was prior to contemporary technology. Like, you have to have a reason. And that's usually going to be in, like, your literature review. Why are we you know, I'm disagreeing with this paper 10 years ago that established this principle. Or 10 years ago this was written and it proves to be still relevant. You have to state that. Right? You don't just kick it out because it's 10 years old, because you would have to kick out half of the medical research that is existing. Almost all the psychology research.
Oh, no.
You have to kick it all out.
I'm meaning people like that have no science background that are just like, here's this paper that I found, this proves my point. And I'm like, yeah, that might have proved your point the date that it was published.
Right.
But there's about 1,000 papers that are disproving it. So, but no, I wasn't saying I don't, like, you have to know where it comes from to know where it's going.
This thing Arbalin is saying, you had people that faked or research.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
They couldn't go through the peer review process. They like copy pasted some shit. A guy sent a bunch of shit to a bunch of different journals, and he didn't understand what was being reviewed, and he thought he had a gotcha. He ended up getting busted. And the whole discourse about peer review hits Wiley. Wiley goes to town with these paid publishing, and they think they're the future. I'm like, nobody can fucking afford to publish their shit in your rag. You don't have a proper peer review at all.
What, are you going to crowdsource it? With no oversight. That's as bad as giving a human case subject study with no internal review board.
It's also like worth noting that even if there were like, even if you could point to like a handful of cases, even if you could point to like 10 or 20, this like to me would not be an argument for then throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Like, yeah, like people have like existed within this in like a fraudulent way or whatever, but like by and large, it's been an incredible positive, and I feel like arguing otherwise is like, I mean, literally brain dead.
Well, the way people will believe that, the way that's buying into histrionics, it's disinformation to say that we only have a vaccine because it skipped the peer review process. And I'm like, okay, now you're absolutely, you got your foot in a shit bucket, and you need to just shut the fuck up right now.
Just be like, hey, you just peer reviewed it. You peer reviewed it for me right there. I am acknowledging your opinion.
There you go.
Okay.
So the debate is going to be peer reviewed.
Yeah. That's what you just tell those people. It's not peer reviewed. Okay. Well, you just gave me your opinion. You're a peer. You reviewed it.
There it is.
I don't agree with it.
You've been reviewed, and that debate is not going to be published. It's going to be brought back and done over again. We ask you to send in your revisions. So we're going to do that revised debate on Saturday.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, please come in for this.
Because
I don't know, Kevin, if you're a lawyer and you can argue it in the way only a lawyer can. I also have an international human rights attorney who I'm hoping is going to come. Now, I hate peer reviews, and I'm a reviewer. I was the only one in the room that was actually a reviewer. I hate peer reviews. They're a fucking pain in the ass.
Yes.
But I will never give up my chance to have my shit cleared. Never. Never. And I will not allow anyone else to weasel through. I don't care how difficult it is. You think these people we worship, who were the founders of all this technology we're using, weaseled through? No. You're standing on legend. Just typing in this dumb chat. It was the work of geniuses. All of them went through peer review.
Until you're on the floor sorting through sheep poop for your nutrition trial, I don't want to hear you say shit about scientific research.
Well, like, you can...
No, not like you. Like, that's like what the... Like...
Do you want to... We can have the debate. This debate is my style, which is at least 6 people. You can see it right here in chat. I don't have time to train anybody and that kind of thing. That's way too much. This is more like a typical, extremely passionate debate. Whoever's coming in with their arguments, I don't care what their position is. But they have to stand their ground. They have to know what they're talking about. It can't be a debate if it's all pro peer review.
Kevin, I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, like Kevin, I understand that this is gonna sound fucking wrong to you because you're like as like an attorney or whatever. But I'm telling you that you could literally intuit this entire argument and be correct if you're pro peer review. It doesn't actually take like a fucking genius to realize like the gigantically positive benefit of it. And I would say none more like. Never more so than now, whenever you have like an insane amount of people being just like outright wrong about peer review.
Like, what is their backing for not trusting it?
Well, okay, so like the idea is basically that like there are a few studies that have.
I try not to read about these things because they piss me off.
Yeah, well, okay, so there are a few studies that it's based off of, but even then, I would say that these are not evidence that like the peer review process doesn't work. The big one is that. There was a study where basically they sent wrong information to a bunch of different reviewers and didn't let them know it was wrong information.
The semiconductor dude?
That again is the only time you will ever get for free, all right, a full feedback and advisement. That's your last shot. You know, you're justifying funding. You have to it's got to be a simple, elegant theory. You have to
There is none
clearly,
now.
cleanly, with full transparency, declare your intent and justify it. And so it's not just academic journals that do a peer review. Everything, every research that was awarded grant funds went through that same process. So that vaccine went through that process. Everything.
And they don't
goes
realize
through that
that
process.
we're peer reviewing constantly every day in our lives. Like, our
Yeah.
morals are like a collective peer review of what we all agree is right. Like, some people
Well,
don't have those morals.
you know,
So
Yeah,
they
I think
disagree.
that's exactly the argumentation that, like, what you said there at the end is the exact argumentation they would use to turn that into being like an anti-peer review thing, because
that's
sometimes
exactly.
But yeah,
sometimes we get our moral systems wrong. This is how you have like bad worldviews. This is how you have fascism and shit.
but that's
And so, like,
why
this is
those 15
this is
people get shit on by the 100 or more
they
people.
they sometimes get shit on. That's what they're
Yeah.
saying though. That like sometimes they don't get shit on, and like in those cases it can be really bad. So like they would argue that in the case of like, I don't know, vaccines or something like that. Let's say that like they were arguing that like these things have been stymied by peer review or whatever. This would sort of be like their equivalent to like sometimes really bad people kind of don't pass that culture check, and as a result of people not passing that culture check, you have like people rise to power and regimes.
I'm sorry,
form and
since
shit
what
like
other
that.
culture checks in science?
No. There aren't culture checks in science, but this is the equivalent. Like, because what you're saying is that like the culture check would be what you described in that us checking each other's like moral
Yeah.
system or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be the culture check. The equivalent to that, in their opinion, would be peer review in science.
There have
And
been culture checks in science.
That's
prior.
also, yeah.
Do you remember how many
ethics
scientists were put to death back in the day, right? Yeah, the peer review process is 365 years old.
Or I mean, there
But
have
all
been
the
culture
same.
checks in the way that like eugenics at a point was accepted science, and then it like got like a serious culture check where people were like,
right.
I don't know, seems kind of
Oh,
just racist.
yeah. Well,
A
and
social
they
moment,
were
right?
doing horrific experiments.
Yep.
Yeah.
And people don't realize how much damn certificates we have to have. Well, if you're working with animals. Or lab chemicals. Because most of mine was in a lab with animals.
I wanted to see, you know, when you look at the Tuskegee syphilis research, one of the major ethical violations is that they simply fabricated data to cover up what they were actually doing. And there you had fraud. And that thing ran for decades, right?
And people who don't understand that science is fluid and it needs to be fluid. It's just
It's going to be wrong 99.99% of the time, every time.
And the thing is, being wrong is not losing. Being wrong is not bad, as long as you learn from it. Now, being wrong and willfully continue to be ignorant about it, that is a problem.
Well, it's kind of like in law. If the facts aren't changing the jury's opinion, then what will? Come on. But if you stand there and worship science on one hand, and then tear it to shreds and undermine it on you can't have your fucking cake and eat it too. And bad ideas coming out. Sometimes some of them make bombs.
We correct
because of a shit worldview. Yeah.
Yeah, we learn.
Exactly.
You learn from it. You learn how to spot them. You make sure that shit didn't happen again. That's the same reason. If something happened, if you lose a patient in surgery, if you lose a patient at any time, you have a mental note of everything that you did, what you could fix, other options, because that next time that you're going to see it, you're going to make damn sure that you don't get it wrong. And that's how scientists' brains work. And I don't know how to get that through.
Yes, we have results that are reproducible, but the one thing we do not reproduce errors. Unless we're running an experiment on that error. So mistakes we don't repeat.
Because if you get an error, you gotta Restart.
Everything.
Your data, out the door. No matter how much it costs.
When you do human case subjects like I do, human case subject research, right? You don't make a mistake but once.
Yeah.
And you will never do it again. But people, being people, continuously surprise you. So you are always only ever learning. That's all you're ever doing.
And if you're not learning, you're dying. Because if you're not learning, you're not growing. And again, if you're not growing, you're dying.
Yep.
Like everyone, I read manuals. I want to know how things work. People say, call me know-it-all all the time. And I hate it because I don't know it all. I hope to God I never know it all. Because that means that I'm dead.
Yep.
And I'll never claim to know it all. But you know what? If I don't know it, I'm not going to sit there and pull something out of my ass. I'm going to look it up. And then that's when they go, oh, you just wanted to prove me wrong. No, I did not know that. You clearly did not know that. I just educated us both. So where's that? Like, how is that a loss?
How's that a loss? I know. You're just learning. People get so butthurt, you know?
Like, I'm not judging you or like, you're so stupid. It's, I didn't know it either. So I looked it up. Because you know what? The internet is right here. You have
the internet can be wrong, though. You can't even assume that what you're reading is correct and accurate. If you don't understand how to critically engage research, you don't know.
Read a research paper.
Anything. You'll fall for any fucking thing. Which is, you know, you got QAnon Kool-Aid all over the place now.
Yeah.
They research their asses off, and yikes.
I was keeping up with some of the...
it isn't helping them.
The bad COVID papers, and there...
Oh, dear.
There's one COVID paper that I have saved that is literally... They did a whole experiment trying to prove that COVID has made people's eyesight worse because it has prevented them from going to the eye doctor.
Oh, well, Britt, throw me a link to that, because that's the kind of shit we're going to be doing in a mock review.
Yeah.
We're going to try to teach the chat what is a peer review and how does it happen.
And there's also like 20 people in this freaking study.
Well, you can link me that one.
Yeah.
We have that, the autism and vaccines, which is so not what people think it is. It's absurd.
Yes.
And then there's Chomsky, and then there's another one that one of the debaters or panelists is his own research that he submitted.
On what?
Another one does cancer research. Five of those papers.
Man, I'll have to catch the next one with my long COVID research.
Well, send me the link to this bad one that you've got.
No, I
we'll
am.
Pull that bad boy up and we'll submit it. But you can sit on the debate if you want. You know?
Oh, I want to watch this one.
We have the researchers doing the mock review. And then the debate, our problem is it pissed off everybody so bad that the people that wanted to be involved are pretty adamant about, they're able to say, here's the caveat to it. And the focus is really on what could be improved. You know?
Like what don't you trust?
I have my opinions, right? Yeah. Stop making it exclusive, etc. I've got a couple of things that really need to change. But just because something needs to change doesn't mean
it's wrong.
The baby's out with the bathwater, like you said. Exactly. It's ridiculous. It's absurd.
I honestly think that, like, as far as their argumentation that it should be abolished, dude, like, I think, like, legitimately, if their argumentation has anything to do with gatekeeping, then I would argue that not only is it good that peer review gatekeeps a lot of this shit, but, like, science should probably be gatekept more. I think even in a fucking day and age where, like,
I think
you know, you have like hydroxychloroquine studies and shit like that, and being passed off literally without peer review, and people saying that like that's the ideal world. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Everyone
get out of here.
Needs to take fucking biology, is what I learned managing the clinic 2 years. Because holy shit.
God, if they could read past an 8th grade level, it would be a miracle.
Or context clues, dude.
That's the thing that's disappointing to me is that we're not talking about people who can't read at past an 8th grade level. We're talking, one of these people is a fucking author, okay? No, Wick has no excuse. No fucking excuse. He read one fucking article and a couple fucking goofy-ass papers. Like, nah, no shot.
I gotta say, I was shocked because when I came over there, I thought, oh, finally he held an elevated debate and he knows that's my field, and I was like, oh, good. He's raising the bar a bit. I'm great. I got in there. It didn't take 5 minutes, man. I was like, the actual fuck are you doing? And oh yeah, the dark arc. Okay, he's doing the dark arc. No, some pseudo psychologist with a TikTok account is over there backing his ass up. No, the fuck are you?
Drag her. Point out that she only has a BA in psych. Point it out.
$40,
not even, right? A
$40, and she'll find you at the therapist.
What are we gonna do? Out credential each other? Oh my god! I went, oh, that's it. I'm done. I was so fucking mad, and oh my god, I was mad.
I would have been like, yes, I do out credential you.
Came into my voice chat and flew in there and literally said, "I've known you 3 years. I've never seen you actually angry." And it took me 45 minutes to be able to go on stream because you don't piss off autistic people.
And you don't.
And he had to sit with me, and he's autistic, and that's all he could say. I've never seen you actually angry. And he just sat there and took it with the fucking, shield.
Yeah, you don't say that shit to people who know more than you, that you know know more than you.
Yeah, they do it on Twitch all the time.
Yeah.
But speaking of peer review, every single fucking streamer is subject to a peer review, literally.
Live.
Right? And depending on the endorsement, they get a sub and some numbers. So a person trying to make Bezos bucks and get viewers is subjecting themselves to a brutal peer fucking review. It's the same goddamn process. Look at chat, the way they will tear your argument apart, and then they go and tear you apart.
Yeah.
Genetic fallacy, right?
It's just an excuse.
It's the same process.
You can't
peer review is a lot kinder and gentler than a Twitch chat. But if we're up here going, abolish peer review, then I'm going, you need to ban your chat because they are your reviewers.
But I'm also
I
want you to read me I want you to actually interpret a scientific paper for me first before you use it as evidence, because you're only pulling 2 sentences from it. So that's my gatekeeping, is you can only cite if you know how to present, and comprehend what is being written. Because I was saying I found this, and I'm like, did you read to the bottom? Because there were 10 participants. What?
Consider yourself torn apart. You have to. The first section we're going to go to is the abstract. Boom, straight to the conclusion.
Yup.
And then tick, tick, tick. Nope, yep, nope, yep. And you don't get told yes or no. You get a score. The score is it's ratioed.
I tell
all the way
all
through
the
whole process. Yeah, and then they
get
just
that
go,
shit in the middle.
You're not quite there. Look, just make the revisions. We need to see this. We don't want to publish it at this time. Do the revisions. We'll be happy to take a second look. We'll give you this much time, whatever. You're welcome and free to go to any other publication. Nobody is stopping you from publishing anything.
But take it to...
You want it out there, give it a pre-post. Go pay fucking Wiley. Yeah. Who cares? Jesus.
There are journals out there that'll take any bullshit.
There's some journals that are fucking flatly desperate. Publish it in a new journal. Oh my god.
If you want to do that,
the editor controls the peer review process completely. So
yeah, it's your stamped yes or no.
They control everything. They solicit their reviewers. They do their due diligence. They vet you. They send the invitations. They schedule. They train you. The whole thing. It's a whole giant team ass fucking effort. I don't know what they think peer review is. So we're doing the mock review to show them what it is.
They think that it's just like a bunch of scientists sitting around and go, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
But they think it's right. They think it's a magazine. The prettiest pictures go through. What the fuck is that? And does the raw everybody wants to know. The one thing they want to know is the data. Is the raw data included?
Can you fucking interpret it?
Never. Never. It's never included.
No.
Simple.
Because it's ugly as shit.
Period. No, you're supposed to tabulate that shit.
And tell me.
Nobody's going to check the raw data.
Why it's important.
Nobody's going to do your raw data. You're going to hire a statistics team to do it. No editor's going to sit through your raw fucking data. Are you out of your mind? Right? No, that's one thing, right? And I'm going, have anybody ever actually seen raw data from research? I don't think so.
It's not pretty.
It's not pretty.
It's not pretty to make pretty.
It would also fill the Library of Congress.
So much is thrown out.
It's also humans, thousands and thousands of hours of audio and videotape. That is the raw data.
Yeah, my raw data is shit. Literally. So if you want that, like, feel free to have it.
It's tabulated by a data team.
We had use software. Frick, what's it called?
Well, somebody does it. Somebody tabulates it using software. All right, and they're going to get your statistical data so that it can be translated and understood.
But you have to translate it.
Somebody has to.
Because that's what I'm like, skip all the shit in the middle and read the abstract or
the conclusion.
And
go into your methodology and then go into your literature review to see if all points are checked.
You're not going to understand a damn thing if you read it in order. You're just like, okay, numbers.
Unless it's written perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Numbers, graph, figure table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and by the way.
Long ass reference name at all.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like,
footnotes
okay, what does
take
it mean?
18 pages and can only be included in an appendix. All that shit's got to go in there.
What is it? Deviant.
I think legal briefs are that researchers should aspire to publishing research that reads like a legal brief.
Yo, the FBI's vault is so clean to read. Other than the redacted, crazy pages that have just doodles all over it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, because it's put in a way that you can comprehend it easy.
Yeah,
because nobody is trying to like fraud you into getting a vaccine.
That's your Meeple.
No one's
Meeple.
No one's trying to like lie to you to believe, you're gonna turn blue if you don't eat meat.
Well, what I hate about most research that I see is one. All right, classic mistakes. It's the same in a debate, right? Confirmation fucking bias. Confirmation bias. Cherry picking the data. I can't believe anybody in research. I want to go, who the fuck was your supervisor? Because you clearly are not able. Reject. Period.
It's not trustworthy.
But the worst is when you waste my time with 12 pages of data sets. I'm getting excited, and what you tell me in the end is this classic bullshit. The results are more or less averaged across sets. And I'm like, in other words, no conclusion whatsoever. So you handed me research with no fucking outcomes. 26 pages of it with no appreciable outcome. You've identified absolutely fucking nothing.
So you just have data and your thumb up your ass.
Pretty much.
Cool.
But they always give those to you, and they're very clean. Right?
Would you?
They've got all of it right, except they say shit at the end. Like, there is no outcome on this research. How much money did you get?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, is what I want to know. Who the fuck funded this? Second,
that was
what actually are you saying anyway? That none of your trials showed any significant correlation, any appreciable variation? Nothing. Nothing at all. This is utterly useless. But you want me, because you think you write so well, to just, okay, looks good. Are you fucking kidding me? So I've jacked more fake research, which I could tell was copy and pasted, and more worthless, futile research. Kicked it right to the curb. And said, literally, why don't you try submitting this when you have an actual conclusion?
And when you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, nothing. We've got no conclusion.
And I'm not supposed to be drawing their conclusion.
Hi, humans. Master Meatball is here greeting the humans because they don't like the pronouns either. Yeah, so there's all of that.
What up, burrito?
There's all of that for what is peer review. But the debate is over the utility of it. So the people that gave these bad takes, right? Are they going to sit there? How can you? Well, yeah, you can. You can totally not draw conclusions from data. Yep.
Like
when you're trying to fake research, you can do it easily.
If you don't like peer reviewed, don't read fucking research papers then. Like, I don't know what to tell you. No one's
Don't come in here with your so-called receipts claiming you did your quote research because you Googled something.
Yeah, and you don't know how to Google.
And then you went to a debate with your peer-reviewed research, and then you argue about whether the research is valid because it's older than 2 years.
When your paper's wrong?
Nah, pick up anything in quantum physics. It's all older than 10 years. No, that's not even good. That's not good.
Quantum physics.
That's not good. Well, that's my field. So,
God.
They're still doing the double-blind slit fucking research.
What?
I'm like, really? That is 80 years old.
Yeah, abolish
it has to be
peer review. Abolish letting other people read and edit and make sure that you're putting out the most accurate information to the public.
Ever. Right. It may not go to the public.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Because the public don't read fucking scientific journals.
They don't read. No, nobody does.
Because they're not going to pay for it.
No, they don't value it as much. They love to wave facts and science in your face, but they won't pay for a subscription to a journal.
Or they won't politely ask the author, would you care to send me your paper? I would love to read it.
Well, that's not even half the time ethical to do that.
Oh, our professors told us.
If you published it, okay. There.
Yeah, published.
I can send you a copy.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Unpublished? No.
No, I meant published.
Oh, yeah. I mean, physicists, this is all we have is research. It's all we have. People who are working any kind of quantum research, quantum computing.
Yeah, that shit's
we have to rely on science journalism. And for quantum computing, it's pretty good. It's not where it should be. It's stupid, and they're trying to pander to a Zoomer generation they don't actually understand, so they come off sounding like,
here's the
hey,
thing.
gang. I'm like, really? Oh, come on.
That is one of my favorite things to do, is I love bringing complex concepts down to a level that normal people can understand. That is one of my favorite parts of my job in vet.
I'm a researcher and a trainer. I have to teach. So, guess what?
And
go ahead and talk, Clay. Go ahead and talk to the chat, if you will. I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, enjoy the visit. I hope Tenflix is hanging. I hope he does this because He had the best takes I've heard from anyone ever. And I went, please sit for this. All right, I'll be right back. Go ahead. Enjoy yourselves.
Hi, chat. I'm taking over.
Oh.
The whole idea of fortifying a conclusion from testing is to have one's peers to review and draw conclusions. Yeah. That's the thing is, like, one, if you're scared of being told, then you're wrong. You do not belong in science, buddy. Because you're gonna be told over and over and over.
Yeah, you can stand
you're wrong.
and maybe do a little walking, right? Yeah. Do we have, oh, we have enough on, hey!
I bow to the new Overlord.
Your bridge card is so good.
But yeah.
Alright, good.
That's the thing is, I had it fucking suffer through my BS, my bullshit degree, so I'm gonna use it. Even when I watch a chess game, I draw conclusions on the moves and postulate possible next moves. And that's the thing is, peer review also isn't just about holding accountability. Someone might find the cure to cancer, the cure to the alien
6 weeks.
COVID,
There's no way.
monkeypox.
You can do it in Tucson.
And so your paper on COVID monkeypox on the moon may inspire someone to make some kind of product that actually saves lives. Because peer reviewing,
you're not gonna fucking move.
like, literally, if you're not reading other people's papers and you're not keeping up with the latest research,
be able to eat nothing.
You better take a day to read and catch up and present, because if I'm gonna have to, like, send you a million links and inevitably explain the whole paper to you, I still in debt for my understanding of this shit. You can go take out your own debt, cause learning is all about reviewing previously known information. Yeah, you have to retain it, but also being able to regurgitate something is not knowing something, is not learning something. Being able to argue both sides of a concept, being able to break it down into smaller, more understandable words. If you can't explain a concept to a kindergartner and they understand it, then you don't know it.
But all we needed from them was that they agreed that it was necessary. That's all we need. You know, I was hoping that could have get done, but if they had wasted so much fucking time, we could have had it taken care of. Too late. No.
Learning is all about reviewing. Yeah.
There's no way to handle all this shit and try to take care of somebody who's going to be literally on the back for 3 weeks. I mean, we need a big couch for you. You can't even.
I started early at 11. I discovered the library. By 14, I reviewed every topic. Fun summer. Yo.
Where we're going is couch.
I used to read encyclopedias, so I feel you.
You need to take and then every couple hours you gotta.
I love.
Down there and do all this.
Reading. I end up in so many like Wikipedia holes because I'll click on one thing and I'm like, what is that? And then I'll like click on another. I'm like, what is that? And people are like, why do you know this stuff? I'm like, I don't know. It's cool to know this stuff, I guess. But also,
it's worth it. But
like, why is it cool to not know stuff? Why is it cool to be ignorant? Why is it cool to denounce science? Why is it cool to just be a dumbass asshole? Like, damn. I used to own 1940s and 50s encyclopedias.
Like, every 8 hours.
I bet them dusty.
So you just...
Oh, the rabbit holes, yes.
Lay back down, all liquids. Take the nerve blockers. You're just gonna lay on your ass, literally lay on your ass. To have to get up and go to the bathroom. I mean, you have to get up and you have to get up and just the second the blood pressure hits, it's like your whole front of your face is coming. You're hating life. It's not no joke. Like in my case, they put that shit right, and I went, nope, I'm fine.
I'm still looking for
fucking laid out.
That
fucking laid out.
Freaking
no
paper because when I was reading it, it was
They have to
insane.
take you back after 3 days. They have to pull it out. If they don't want to, take you home, bring you back up in the next 3 days, pull it out. You have to take antibiotics because of the infection. You can't risk an infection like that. It goes straight into your brain. It's a bunch of poo-poo. And with you not being able to go to the bathroom is the biggest worry. Because you can't just go into the bathroom, right? And I'm like, okay. Okay, you're going to have to deal with peeing standing up. Sitting down and getting back up again, it's too much. Or we'll have to figure out how you're going to do it. But all we needed them to say was, yeah, it's exactly wrong. It's not a problem. You're probably an ENT. You got to be safe.
Also, chat, a fun number for you. 1 in 4, aka 25% of children, whether or not they've been vaccinated, now have long COVID. So guess what? If you thought you had hope for your future generations, look at this disabled 26-year-old with heart problems, like passes out standing up for longer than 10 minutes. I get to go see my cardiologist the 23rd.
You did pretty good, but with Ted, you're still drawing on memory. And you have to act like you don't know that.
And so it's just like we're about to have 1 to 3 to 4 or 5 disabled generations, and I hope I don't live to see the chaos that's gonna reign, because everybody's already bitching. No one wants to work. Long COVID, residual physical effects. Yes, I have long COVID. So what that has done to me is I have, well, I take, my skin is actually very clear now, thankfully, to naltrexone low dose, which is now being researched. Yeah, did you hear that? I was prescribed it off-label because it's for, it's an addiction drug, but guess what, chat? There's this cool thing called off-label drug usage. And it gives us treatments that we would have never had that help so much.
Seriously, non-fucking stop. And it's the grossest fucking thing ever. You'll pass out and shit.
And it's just... Yes, there is. Like, ivermectin, no! Also, please drink a bottle of it. God, the amount of old ladies that I had to tell, I will not sell you more than 1 pill, because they were like, so can I take my dog's heartworm pill? I'm like, okay, so you're gonna risk having to pay thousands of dollars because you're believing in some bullshit, like, yeah, you know what's a useful side effect of ivermectin? Death. That's why we don't use it in animals. We have way safer drugs now. That's why research is good. That's why constantly proving medicines to be bad is good. Or else we would still have, what is it? Thalidomide? Yeah. Or else that
Also,
shit was gonna be fucking people up.
It's not even that it's necessarily bad, Meatball. There are it's definitely, if you had a parasite, you know, like i.e. the intended usage of the drug, then like there's a justifiable reason for
No, we're talking
taking or
about long
prescribing
COVID.
it. Yeah, like it's just not for COVID.
So ivermectin is bad for COVID? Yes, because ivermectin is an anti-parasitic. You know what COVID is? A virus, not a parasite. The same way that antibiotics aren't gonna cure your COVID either. Because it's not a bacteria. It's a parasite. It is a multisystemic inflammatory disease that fucking sucks. I've been housebound for over a year now. 2 Christmases. 2 Thanksgivings alone.
Yeah.
2 birthdays. Actually, no, the last birthday, my last birthday, like this past October, was amazing. It lasted like 4 days. It was like a 4-day stream. Longest birthday of my life. But I was like, I want just one holiday that actually goes right. Yeah. And why I can say the things that I said about ivermectin is because I fucking work with it. I have shit, I've had to cut it. But guess what? We don't even use ivermectin in horses anymore. It's like everything is resistant to it. And that's the thing, is people need to stop holding on to resistant drugs like Augmentin, for the love of God.
Augmentin, I swear to God.
Like culture. Okay, I read up on the history of ivermectin from its creation. Mind you, I'm not arguing, just welcoming other sources. Okay, well, I have a whole ass animal science degree with a poultry science minor, and I ran a veterinary hospital and our surgical suite. I literally had to teach the doctors how to use machines. But I also had to be very educated in parasite control, because your dogs and my dogs eat grass and love to get parasites. But no. You may have read the history of ivermectin from its creation, but that does not mean that you know the pharmacokinetics and understand the pharmacokinetics. Which is what matters. You can take as much...
There you go, right there, peer review.
You could take as much...
Research on effects of something.
Augmentin.
You can learn about the history of a thing. You have no idea how it's contraindicated. You have no idea how it works, whether it's still safe to take, how it might affect you.
If it goes...
There's no way to do that until your doctor says, well, let's just give you some and see how you feel. Look at psychotropic medications. That's exactly what they fucking do.
Which, by the way, I gotta take mine.
How the fuck can you just give it to somebody and let's just see how you feel?
Yeah. That's the thing, is people that defend using shitty medicine.
Yeah.
Like, there's no excuse ever for lazy medicine.
Go ahead, you guys keep chatting. Ooh. General Science, Masters in Electronics. Yes.
General Science and a Masters in Electronics. Bioscience is my weak science.
Weak science. Well, y'all go ahead.
Bioscience is my strong science. Because I love gross anatomy. You want to see my first eyeball I cut out? My mom calls me a mob doctor. I've sewn up humans and animals alike. I also have testicles too. My first testicles that I cut out. This is my first eyeball I cut out from. This is from a deer. I proceeded to cut the head off as I'm sure this girl went straight to her advisor's office and changed her degree, because the way that she ran away crying when I started sawing into that deer's neck, because Doc wanted the head. So I said, okay, give me the fucking saw. This girl, I like ruined her life. Like, holy shit. The way that she reacted, I was like, well, I'm glad you found out now that you can't stand blood and gore, considering It's kind of part of your job. And you'd never believe that there are vets and doctors that refuse to perform surgery because and you just don't want to. And you don't feel like it. Well, guess what? You shouldn't have chosen that field. Like, suck it up, buttercup. It's your fucking job. I was told ivermectin helped prevent replication of the virus, and by told, I mean research papers translated from Japanese. Yeah, that's very trustworthy. Research papers that have been translated from Japanese. I'm sure those translations are exact. And I'm sure it's been reviewed, and I'm sure it's the one paper that you could find that supports your argument. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, the rest of the scientific world and medical community do not agree with that. Because we don't want you to die. We don't want you to be unhealthy. We don't want you to have liver damage, kidney damage. We don't want you to freaking have these issues. How hard is that to understand? That there's no scientific Illuminati. Like, we are the worst treated group because we have to defend every fucking step that we make. We have to defend each other while simultaneously that person could tear your ass apart. But that's the thing is, you have to know your shit. You have to keep up to date. You have to constantly be learning. If you want to claim to be a scientist, if you want to claim that you know what you're talking about, then you have to constantly keep up with what's going on. You need to read the bad, the good, the amazing, and the absolute shit. Because you need to have those examples to compare to so that you know that you understand what a good paper is, what a mediocre paper is that could be improved, and what an absolutely dog shit one is. It's like being graded. Like, damn, are the people that want peer reviews abolished? Do they also want, like, tests abolished in school? No more A, B, C, D, E, F, EFs. No more A, B, C, D, Fs. That sounds so stupid. But that's the same thing. Like, you're graded on a scale that way, too, of your knowledge. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. I'm saying, for the love of God, do not take ivermectin. You're a human. Unless you have some kind of parasite and you literally feel worms coming out of your ass. Because that's what ivermectin treats, by the way. Worms that crawl into your skin or crawl out of your ass. Yeah. I've learned how to handle ivermectin and COVID shit by explaining it in the most disgusting and gruesome ways possible, because people don't listen otherwise. Because I literally had to spend half of last year convincing my family that long COVID isn't in your head, because some fuckhead doctor posted one paper and these news sources ran with it. And so now we have to denounce that. And now there's pediatricians that are like, well, COVID's just only as harmful as the flu. And I'm like, you know damn well it is not. It wrecks every system of your body. I used to be able to squat 210 pounds. Now I can't stand for longer than 10 minutes. I have POTS syndrome, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. That means that when I stand up, my heart rate shoots to 160, which is what happens when I was working out. On top of that, I have crazy ass insomnia. That is even worse from a traumatic brain injury, because my Catahoula shoved my head into our front door. the end of August. The door lined up right with my ear, so I have a cool eye twitch from that. The only reason I mentioned ivermectin is because you said some things had off-script other uses in medicine. Yeah. You know what? You don't off-script old drugs. There's a reason we don't use them. The same reason, fun fact, there's a coronavirus vaccine for animals, but you know why we don't use it? Because no owner wants to come every 3 months to have their animal revaccinated, because veterinary medicine been known that the immunity does not last. We have known the drop off, that we stopped giving it. But here's the thing, we can't do that with humans because it's causing so much fucking damage.
I mean, to be clear, it's worth noting that like it's not out of the realm of like medicine for things that used to be like old drugs often become like new relabeled drugs for a new purpose. Like this is the case with like lithium or cortisone or Viagra or like it could be the case that like a drug has a purpose in the future. It's just ivermectin isn't one of them.
We still use cortisone.
Yeah, but it was not originally used for cortisone was originally like a stress drug, not like a steroid that you use for like in sports shit. Like it's almost exclusively used for that now. Viagra was originally like a heart medication.
Viagra, we use in dogs. You can give your dog Viagra, and guess what? It's not for boners because they have bones in their penises. It's for motherfucker. Mega esophagus. Is that an mRNA deal? Is that an mRNA or a real antivirus? Bro, you don't even know what... Are you asking me if ivermectin is an mRNA or an antivirus? Also, you know you have mRNA in your body, right? Some people don't know that. They think it's like some unnatural shit they threw in a vaccine. And that's also why I fully believe everybody needs a 1 year of biology. Because goddamn. The stuff that was given to the animals every 3 months. Well, I hate to hear you had so much BS happen to you. Yeah. Still continuing to. Literally, it was back to back. 2021 December. Actually, 2021 November. My cat went missing. My other cat, my 3-legged cat over there. I miscarried. Thank God. Because then in January, actually December, I caught COVID. That led to long COVID that I still have today, that I'm still housebound for today. And then in January is when I played a video game and found out that I'd been emotionally abused for the past 2 years. So, Clai is ready for a damn break. And you know what? UD read my tarot the other day, and the card said that I put in enough work that I might actually start seeing results. But where are they at? I actually really hope that the results are good on the 23rd, because having to come to the grips with the fact that you have 50-50 shot of making it the next 5 years, and you just turned 26, and you want your doctorate, because when I grow up, I'm going to be a board certified clinical veterinary pathologist, because I already beat them and do the same thing now. I'll be soon having microscope streams, love cytology, love diagnosing tumors, love being able to give owners peace of mind, literally for free if I have time, for cheap if it's more serious, because labs are extremely expensive expensive, but also in the South, people don't want to pay what is actually needed for treatments. So,
true.
Okay, cool. Good talk with you. I have to go to work. I have the day you wish to have. We'll see. I've had fucking food poisoning since Monday. Well, that's part of the long COVID. Some weeks I get stomach ulcers and I throw up water for 2 weeks straight. It is what it is. You just gotta fucking keep going. But I talk about it because I don't want anyone else to get sideswiped by it because goddamn it hurts. And you gotta have some mental freaking stability to be housebound for a year. That's why I do 40-hour back-to-back streams. I'm purposely seeing at what point do you go, this bitch is crazy.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I listen.
I
Listen,
know.
I hang out in channels all the fucking time. You're good.
I know. You're listening.
Maybe I made that determination before I even joined. You don't know me. Maybe I was like, I'm gonna go talk to this crazy lady.
Hey, I'm used to being called crazy. I'm giving evidence about it in the Tomfoolery channel, Discord channel. These people are on Insane Level of Copium, but I think you may find it interesting because it's related to this crime catching. What am I walking into? You put what? Where? What your mom said? These people are total pussy. It's in here in the general chat. Take a look if you want. Den of Fool. I'll say, is this a what? I have double aught, so if this is a thing. I'm Gucci. Oh, Sonya's in here. Okay. Trustworthy. These people are. Wait, what's that? Wait. Oh, I know. But I know Zonia and Danabo. What is it in? Tom's Foolery? Hey! It didn't for the physical. What is that? Wait. Yeah. What is this? That is a video that came out 2 months ago. I thought it came out yesterday. What was that video? It's called You find some similar popular French art. I can see that. I don't think when it's as weird as the penis faces, it's all that common. Homie's never been to Thailand because I've never seen so many penises in my life on sculptures. Like, holy shit. They were hilarious though. But apparently the GF of one of the Kardashians is involved in sex trafficking herself. Yo, you tell me rich people doing rich things? Not surprised. Sorry, rich people doing nothing. Doing dumb shit like that? Not surprised. You tell me they're starting to unwrap mummies again? Won't be surprised. Like... Nothing shocks me much. Did you roll your own?
Wait, me? What?
Did you roll your own?
Like cigarettes? Fuck
yeah.
no. Fuck no. I'm a Marlboro shill.
I thought that's what you were doing. I was like, you look so focused.
Oh no, I'm about to take a dab, but I was reading my phone.
I have a bowl.
Smoke that bowl, dude. What are you doing?
Well, out of courtesy, I have to turn into a potato. Because not my channel. But you guys
Listen,
on my channel get to see it.
The amount of times I've smoked on this channel, I think you're fine. And you're just smoking a bowl. When I take dabs, it looks like fucking I'm smoking crack, okay? So, like, I feel like you're fine.
Well, it is also within TOS because I am a medical patient. Literally. This shit is the only thing that keeps me going with the, fucking insomnia, brain fog, the nerve misfiring. Shit sucks. What in the hell am I looking at? Oh. You mean... You mean my, Now, holy shit.
Nah, that's easily the dude from Slaughter to Prevail. And I'll argue that to the death.
Oh, we love Slaughter to Prevail.
Yeah,
he's got
the meanest.
I know it's cussing, but without the song, I'm not pronouncing it because I fuck it up every time. But no, his drops are amazing. And I also promote the fuck out of him and Max Korsch, which if you want to see some crazy ass mosh pits, that's not at a metal concert. Max Korsch, he's a Belarusian rapper who also is on the run right now, still creating music, still doing humanitarian efforts. He literally has a whole movement through his music that is uniting these countries that have been at war, because he is like, you're the youth. Who taught you to be this way? You don't have to be this way. We can actually change. And then he's like, we burn this fucking place down, and I'm like, hell yeah. Burn it down. But
no, that's pretty bad. Sorry, I saw a really goofy thing on Twitter.
Did it too, with like I said, 2 days, 1984. Where it's wonder who makes the... I'm singing Baba Yaga. That's not it. Oh, why it's such a good song is because he's literally pleading to... He says, my brothers, pleading, don't get involved. This is not your war. Stay out of it. Like, this is not where you're supposed to be. And anger lives on in memory. That means everyone is gonna remember what you did. Love the shit. And I'm like slowly learning Russian because I have a few Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians in the murder credit.
Yeah, I don't want to learn Russian because I feel like it makes Slider to Prevail even scarier for me. It makes it sound like they're speaking in tongues, and I'm just like, fuck yeah, dude, that's way meta. That's way more metal.
Well, I like learning the songs because Rammstein, sign, wow, slurred that. I feel like I'm summoning demons when I sing their songs, which I'm half German, so like, I feel like
Listen,
I'm doing
German, I don't know why
duty.
German's less scary to me. Russian specifically is horrifying, and I like to keep it that way.
Russian's
like,
horrifying
I know that,
because it's hieroglyphics.
Yeah, like listen, I can like the German part of the Goldfinger cover of 99 Red Balloons. I know that whole thing. I'm fine with learning a little German. That doesn't sound evil, but fucking yeah, no, I'm never learning a word of German. That way, Slider to Prevail is equally enjoyable.
Yeah, I just like, which half the time can Rachel speak Russian?
Yeah, I want somebody to come get us.
How do you?
Like, just come with a big truck and drive.
I haven't. Do you know the last time I talked to Rachel? Bitch, what?
Well, too fucking hard. So fucking hard.
Wait, is she on some kind of shit? I don't know. She's Russian, isn't she? Are we talking about the same one? From Valley who? Yeah. No. They're not they're not Russian. They're straight from Arkansas. The pits. They're like half Russian. Yeah. The same way I'm fucking half Mexican and half German, Gavin. I'll text her right now and say, "Are you Russian?" And she's probably gonna be like, "Okay, where's the fucking punchline?" That reminds me. I've never fallen for Ligma or Dragon. But the other day I was I was taken down.
Yeah, what got you?
I've never fucking seen this one. And the motherfucker came in, clipped it, left. But my mods also all clipped it because I didn't realize it until they started saying it back to me. I'm like, God damn it. But it's Mike. How do they do it? Mike. If it's Mike Coochie's Harry, but it's like Mike Coochie. Something. And I like did not recognize it. Continued not to recognize it. And my mods are like, "Is that it?" It reads Mike Coochie's Harry. And I'm like, oh. Okay, that's a good one. Nice. I've not ever seen that one.
Listen, fair enough. You know, I honestly like to lean into those because I don't like to leave people hanging. You know what I mean? I just I go ahead and I'm just like, what Ligma? What's that? You know, I just go ahead and bite the bullet.
Nah, I gotta Uno reverse it. If they're like dragging, I'm like, yeah, I'm dragging these across your chin. You wanted to say my forehead? Get ready to get slapped in the face. I don't know, I talk about dick and balls way too much for someone who does not have either. But I haven't.
I mean, it's a popular conversation subject. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to come into rooms and be like, by the way, have you guys talked about dick and balls yet? I know we're gonna get there, so if not, I'd like to go ahead and get my input on that. You know.
Yeah. And drawing dicks is fun, but also, female hyenas have pseudo penises that they had to give birth through, and that's why they have very low copulation rates and reproductive rates. Is because the male hyenas are the weaker of the two, the more feminine looking, if a hyena could look feminine, they're also pussies. And I say that because their copulation rate is low because they get killed more times than they can actually make shit work because the females murder them. So yeah, there's your fun animal fact. I'm full of those.
Based hyenas, dude.
But yeah, if you ever thought that like your first time was awkward, imagine being a hyena in your first time when you're like, yo, we both have tubes, what the fuck? I'm so glad I said that.
I thought she said coochie. What?
I thought she said coochie and she did. Yes. I got jebaited. Hard. And I didn't even realize it. It took me so long. Like, embarrassingly long.
You guys enjoying each other's company here?
Yeah, I was just giving fun facts about hyenas and their pseudopenises.
How what does?
Female hyenas have pseudopenises.
Yes, they do. And they're larger and they're aggressive.
Yep.
And
as I said, they have a lower copulation and reproductive rate because the females
thought it was an alpha male. And they thought it was an alpha male. She just has a really big clitoris, but
no.
I had a boyfriend once who also claimed he had a very large clitoris, and I was like, okay. So yeah, we called him Hyena Boy. Yeah.
You're like, but no, I love that fun fact because people are like, what? And I'm like, yes. That's why their reproductive rate is so low and they could go extinct, is because the males either get killed or they can't figure out what to do with two tubes.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's
females are large. They're really much larger.
And super aggressive.
Are like that. Oh, Wolverines are like that too.
They are?
The female Wolverine, she's all like huge, and the boys sit around after breeding, and she'll call for one of them, and they're hiding out behind the logs, smoking nervously.
She's like, you
right? Mm-hmm. Extremely aggressive.
That's,
I mean,
like,
they call
horses.
it the land shark for a reason.
Horses too. Mares. So they call it winking, and if you're not sure what I mean by winking, it goes whoop, and that's how they signal to a male that they are ready to mate. Sometimes the mares are just assholes, and they'll back it up against the fence and start sending signals, and once that stud comes up, they'll just start kicking the shit out of them. Just because
I do it too.
Their hormones are raging, and so they're like luring them in just to beat them up. Nature is brutal. I love it.
Same way I do it, dude. You get me near a fence, I'm a real slut.
Yeah.
Dude,
I will back my ass up on that fence so fast, dude. You have no clue.
The amount of I always love. I don't know how my bull bred all of my cows, and I'm like, was your bull in that field? That field that this little barbed wire fence is all is between?
He's a bull. He found the hole.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
You think they're not gonna do that? Because I've seen, not seen,
look,
I've heard.
Some guy comes into chat, looks at you, listens to you, and didn't realize that you are a veterinarian, right?
I feel you know too much information on this subject. Well, maybe.
Like, no, dude, that's my actual fucking job. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I know so much about animals because it's my job.
It's her job.
Maybe I have a whole ass degree in it.
Well, Clay, you know how it goes. You can't have that when you have breast disease.
No.
Those two are not allowed to go together.
But you know,
can't be an expert. You can't possibly know as much as you do, you know.
But you know what, Zero? You know what's cooler than my animal facts? I can diagnose tumors. I can beat rapid tests and diagnostics. I could beat our blood test machine, our CBC, and our chem. I have never gotten any of my histopaths wrong.
Woo!
I
but never. Never?
Yet.
Alright, thank you. Fair enough. Yet.
Oh,
I remember one time I was wrong because I thought I was wrong, and then I was wrong for thinking I was wrong. It fucked me up for years.
I
had a hard time with that
second
one.
guess myself so much, but it's with like math. It's with like math and shit like that. I'll second guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like,
well, you go so far. You're used to you have to be right. So you don't do shit unless you know you are. But then you get so worried that you're wrong that you suddenly freeze up in the process that you've been doing for years, and you're just convinced that this is it, the moment I'm finally wrong. And you're actually wrong about being wrong, and you're like, Jesus!
And you're like,
it's like some kind of weird
I'm finally the
philosophical
fraud.
experiment.
It's
No,
that freaking
I am
imposter
wrong. I'm
syndrome.
wrong to think about. Yeah, it just fucks you. It's like
it sucks.
No, it catches up to you eventually.
Yeah, no, imposter syndrome. I have coworkers that are like, "How did you know that?" I'm like, I never want to tell them, "Yo, I trust my gut." I've also, like, for a year, I would get off work, come home, study. Go to work, get off, study. So that I could be able to diagnose tumors. But...
yeah, I get it. I mean, I wish when Twitch kept pulling the "we don't want experts" thing, and I kept hearing that, and it's been 3 years, and I'm still hearing that. And, I mean, it's like...
Who's saying we don't want
why do you try to show up to a debate with receipts? Some expert gave you that knowledge.
Yeah,
but you're not allowed to be one here? Like, you want the whole science and technology category to just go fuck itself?
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
Like,
and I'm like, people have no idea what researchers and scientists do. And
it's not pretty.
One I hate most is that they think that they're too stupid to understand what you do. Or they could not ever, right? And I'm like, you sorely overestimate someone, at the same time don't value them. So an actual researcher does what you were saying before I had to get up, which was our job is to explain things to people in ways they can understand and that they can pick up our research, our experiments, and do it for themselves.
Yep.
So they can learn on their own. So I don't have to keep feeding you fish. You can catch the shit on your own. And that's something here that just I don't know where that attitude comes from. Why would you ever think you were too stupid to talk to a scientist, too stupid to talk to a researcher? It's like the race things, right?
Yeah.
If you're indigenous, white people want to know you, but they say they're too something or other to be able to talk to you. And I'm like, well, that's like reverse racism?
I have a whole poem about it. Because all my life I've been told, well, you're not that Mexican. Or whatever the fuck that means.
I've been told that too. You don't act like an Indian, so I'm gonna treat you as if you were white.
And then
I was like, oh, you fucking will not.
You know how many white people have told me that I am white on Twitch? All, like, literally. I'm like, I have a Latina tag under my damn stream. But also...
Well, but Latina people are very fair skinned. You know, if you're Hispanic, if you're Spanish...
Yeah, I'm
Latina, you can be very, very fair. And it's not like...
I'm also usually not, and this is where I also throw in the guilt card, because I'm like, yo, my heart doesn't allow me to go outside. But I have proof that I get brown when I'm outside and hiking and doing all the things that I can't do. You spend a year inside, you get pretty, pale.
Pasty, man. You look like prison tan.
It does not matter what genes you have.
Most native people, what people don't realize about us is that most of us are incredibly fair. And that what they're looking at is people that are outside in the sun.
Yeah.
And we have that reddish color. All right. So they go,
oh yeah, I have the.
You walk around looking like that all the time. And I'm like,
they have yellow?
I'll be lurking. Hello, Dawn. But in fact, we run the gamut from alabaster all the way to almost purple. Like we came from India. You know, we have exactly that same range in our people as the whole world's populations have, short of actually black, but we come that close to it, and all the way to China white. You know.
Yeah.
And people just base their opinion on your immutable characteristics, and then if that is not the issue, then it's something about your personality that's better than them, worse than them. And I'm like, what is with this ranking continuously going on? God, you know, and
the whole know-it-all.
Like, I just want people to feel like they can be better than they ever thought. That they can be at their level.
Because my favorite
they don't need to come they don't need to come in
knowing
to a stream like this and be intimidated. It's you know, if all of you went into my classroom as a university professor before I retired, right? Every one of you would be with your antenna just wiggling around all day long. And every one of you would be taught up to your level, not down. And you'd be walking out of there feeling like $1 million fucking bucks. Because a trainer, an educator, researchers like this, our job is to bring things into potential.
I don't believe in impossible things.
Ways, correct?
I make impossible things happen.
I make impossible things possible. Exactly. Exactly. You know, it's when your doctor fixes your legs and you can walk again. Well, we all do the same thing.
Yeah.
And I wish people would stop being so squishy about it.
I think people are like, that's impossible. You'll never do that. You can't do that. And I'm like, watch me. That's the best thing to hear is you can't do that. Okay.
Well, I'm used to hearing that. And when I hear it, that's impossible. And I'm like, all right, so show me your design. Right?
Yeah.
And then let me fix your obstacle. Okay, now tell me, is it still impossible? No. All right, then it's not impossible.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it.
Because I did impossible things every day at work. I was called, I got the nickname Unicorn. Because I could pull treatments and equipment literally out of my ass. Like, Doc would be like,
I could do that.
We did this, I don't think we had blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, sit down. Like, don't move for 5 minutes. I swear to God, if you're not there when I come back, I'm yelling.
Yeah, I was the same.
Being promoted to manager was so nice because that's what I realized. Doctors are little children. Because they break the computer, the blood machine, the x-ray machine, the microscope. And I'm just like, y'all aren't allowed to touch shit anymore. But
I don't know. I know what you mean.
That's where the whole
Air Force though.
Now, now when you say you pulled the equipment literally out of your ass, that seems like that would be like an ethics violation.
No, because she winked first.
Oh, okay. Well, that does change it.
Right? When your back's up against the fence post, she knows what to do. There you go.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But right, literally out of your ass. I was like, no, not your whole actual ass. Okay.
No, so our clinic, we took over from an older doc, and I literally, my favorite day was when I got to throw all the expired shit away because I was so tired of seeing stuff from the 70s and 80s and 90s. Because if I would see it, I would throw it away. And they were like, you're going to make him mad. And I was like, I don't freaking care. I am not giving this to anything. I'm not giving that shit in the fridge that has precipitated it because it's not supposed to. That means that that ain't good anymore. So
what do you know about genetics?
I've had 2 courses in genetics.
So the most frequently asked interests are the serial killer thing, quantum physics and genetics. And I'm gonna have to hope that that's a general interest.
Are they wanting...
They want to know everything about it without no place to start from. Or they want to know, can you...
You got a Punnett square.
Did you disprove the Bering Strait theory? You know, and you got to go down in order from there. It's things like that, you know?
What's her background? Like her, like, literal stream background, or like her background, like what she do?
My background?
Yeah, one of my chatters asked, but I don't know if they're meaning, like...
it's in my about. You can peek at my about. So my background is multifold, but in terms of research, it's a field called evolutionary linguistics, which includes quantum computing, which is now quantum consciousness. Started in paleoarchaeology with genetics and cryptography or cryptolinguistics. And I went through also forensic psychology, and then law. I have law in my background, psychology and global human rights. I was a veteran with some pretty high-end technology, and then I was also in film production, music production. So I have like 3 different careers. I'm basically a consultant now in all of those industries. So
she's fucking brilliant. Long story short.
Right now I'm a director of research and training for a counter-extremism organization. So
how cool is that?
I know. And I'm a musician and an equestrian. So
like, is that so weird? Is that weird that I'm like, that's so cool?
Yeah, and I'm indigenous, so I'm an autistic Indian. So there you go. I was also an American Indian movement, and we were labeled domestic terrorists. So there, I understand terrorists.
Hey, same. We're the nice guys. We're the real good guys that come across the border.
Oh, we weren't aiming at you though. You're mine. We were aiming at the FBI. We still don't like them. So, and I'm a journalist, so I think that's it.
Is that why?
Yeah, that's it.
They don't like you?
They hate our guts.
Is it because?
Because we killed them. So they put the wrong guy in prison for it.
Oh, I was talking about I was saying journalists, but the FBI has shit against the indigenous population? What?
No, FBI. Yeah, they hate us. The FBI hates us.
They have enough crazy people to, like, hate. Why do they have to...
Because we killed them.
Involve the... Yeah. They killed you...
Yeah.
Like 50 times.
Well, no. They showed up. We shot back.
Half a century ago.
We got more of them than, you know.
Oh, if you think the
so mad.
tribe struggles are over a half a century ago?
No.
Nuh-uh. We'll go on the missing girls tangent. Because I need to cover that on my stream. You're still on? I am still on.
Yep, we're visiting.
Yep. It's called Going Until You Feel Yourself Going to Pass Out. Because sometimes your brain just has to have it.
Well, see, she's sitting with other researchers and scientists and people like that, so she can actually have a conversation.
Yes. And hi, Abrams, welcome. Is that Vigilante? No, that's not Vigilante.
Whoops. You misnamed someone.
But Vigilante doesn't even have a beard. Wait. Shit, no one rat me out. Okay, cool, he's not in chat. Sorry, what's her background? Like criminal investigation?
No.
No. No. Everything is her background.
No. Counter extremism.
She gets the bad guys. She used to push the button.
Yeah, I used to push the button and launch missiles, and then
they go shooty shooty.
And go shooty shooty. Yeah, I get to push the actual buttons. Yeah, shooty shooty.
Like
I don't do that.
I want to press.
Actually, what I do now, well, we don't investigate extremists. That's like FBI. They do that shit. I developed the research, the assessments, so we can design interventions on a case-by-case basis.
Because, God, we need some freaking interventions.
Yeah, so if there's somebody who's stuck
Army
in a group or susceptible or just coming out.
No. She is not in the Army.
No, Air Force.
Air Force.
I was under the OSI.
Don't disrespect her like that.
Yeah, no shit. I'm not Army. That's for sure.
Damn.
Hey.
Don't do that in
yeah,
my chat.
More like fucking chair force, am I right?
No.
Got her ass.
No.
You know what my dad said? One that I had never heard.
I never saw a chair the whole time I was in the Air Force.
And I was dying because he said, nah, the Navy's just the women's department.
Navy is the women's department. Okay, fair enough.
And I was like, what?
Ha ha ha. No, we were I got to send people to war and blow things up.
That's what I want to do. I want to tank. And my friend, actually, I texted him, I was like, because he has clearances, which I don't know how his crazy ass got clearances, but I was like, so hypothetically, if one of my friends wanted a tank, would they be able to get it?
Wanted to what? A tank?
Wanted to just have a tank. And he was like,
yeah, you can.
My
but
dude,
you'd have to order it from like the Ukraine or something.
He's like, my dude, you're in America. Of course you can. And I'm like, you should have said no. You do not need a tank. That is what I expect all my No, that's what I expect all my friends to tell me is no, Clai, you do not need a tank.
You can get one, but good luck driving one.
Yeah, that's the other issue, is you can't see out of them. And
yeah, there's
no normal wheel. Some tanks I've seen you can like Flintstone that because there's no floor. But they've usually been
the modern tanks you can see out of the modern tank, but
they have screens.
Yeah, you can see where you're going for sure.
Another 4 years of Biden, we will all need tanks. Yeah, oxygen tanks, because y'all gonna be getting long COVID.
Damn, got his ass.
Oh my god.
Gotta get my meds.
Oh gee. Well, also, I think this debate's gonna be great, and the Saturday event's gonna be fine.
Because there's no shame.
So, what other? I want to know what other killer cases we could look at, because this is one of the most popular nights when we do this.
Are you wanting to plan for, like, tonight?
I don't know. What is tonight? Thursday?
Friday?
Well, I usually do extremism and case analysis. I do all the research type stuff generally on either Wednesday or Thursday anyway. But today is Thursday, so later on tonight, yeah. But
I don't
know what other cases. Yeah, what other cases there are. I went down on when we looked up how
we'll
many.
Make a date.
Do you remember when we had how many serial killers and it was like some unbelievable number, and they just quit reporting on them?
Yeah, usually there was like 600 or something. Because I was like, you don't hear about like serial killers anymore.
They quit reporting on them because that's what they want. They figured out they want that attention, and they won't give it to them.
Sloan does great work. Who?
Who?
Oh, the human trafficking thing. Yeah, I'll watch that later.
Hmm.
Probably off stream, because I don't know what that Discord video did not look TOS, so that's not going live.
Uh-oh.
But no, I have my like favorites list, but I like to do the ones like no one knows about, because
right.
I also assume everyone knows Ed Gein and not everybody knows.
Well, no, we have, for doing this where you're trying to teach them to profile, it's best that they don't know anything about the case.
Which, that's what I had to like just kind of turn off my brain and start thinking of like, who is this guy? I don't know who anything.
No one really does know, right? Yeah, but like some case that no one's ever heard of, is
the pig farm
easier for them.
Ooh, the pig farm one could work because
we did the pig farm already.
Ah.
Yeah, well, that was a great one.
Oh wait, I was thinking about the older one, not the guy that threw the parties in Canada. The like family that had pigs and like killed people. But I cannot think of
family with pigs who fed them to the pigs.
Yeah, no. There was a murder that went to this family's farm, and they found the family. Oh, they found their shoes by the pig pen.
What?
And so they also like found remains or something. It was like a disappearance of some family. Like they all disappeared. And all they found were like their shoes by the pig pen. And I cannot think of which it is. Family.
Ed Gaines had a pig farm. Or butcher, he had a ranch. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre dude.
Yeah. Not Robert Pigden.
He was also like the basis for like. He was the one that would skin women and wear the skin.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause they.
What do you want from us? They have white
dub
natural skin.
Buffalo Bill?
I know. Naturally soft skin and
yeah, they moisturize from a younger age. We aren't even socialized to do it. I mean, what do you want from us?
I straight up don't moisturize.
I know.
Wow, imagine.
It's like the AGF thing taken to extremes. Right? Oh my god. I don't want her. I want to be her. Snick. I will wear you.
Also drive it where
like
I play
like
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Like a like a Shaw.
I don't.
Then I'll have like a head right here.
Yeah, the two killers and the two psychopaths in Silence of the Lambs were composites of 5 different serial killers. So they were composites.
Who's the manipulative one? Like that
Hannibal Lecter.
So he was that manipulative?
What are you saying?
He was that manipulative? Like the whole
They made him from.
Yeah, from multiple people. So like
a Frankenstein, right? They used
anyone?
They used Ted Bundy for one. And
think of what scene.
Ed Kemper. Right, but then they created this totally different kind of character.
I don't get to use that a lot.
And Buffalo Bill was Ed Gaines, and
I thought Buffalo Bill was real.
No, neither one of them are real.
Hannibal, was it?
It was Ed Gaines and
it wouldn't have been Gacy.
Shit, I can't remember. No, not Gacy.
I could see Bundy coming out in his full trance.
Bundy's glibness.
Yeah.
But Ed Kemper's IQ went into Hannibal Lecter.
And that IQ is what makes your skin crawl. Just that, which I love that part, like that vibe of the movie is the, like, you know, like you don't know the vile things that are going through their mind. Also have a question from my chat. Why do you think Podesta and stuff were never caught?
Podesta?
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
Why wasn't Podesta caught?
Now I have to learn about Podesta. From
Yeah,
Pizzagate.
Pizzagate.
Okay, is that actually like a...
The Podesta emails, John Podesta, personal Gmail?
Yeah, but is...
What do you mean, why wasn't he ever caught?
Is
caught?
Pizzagate
what do you mean caught?
Actually, like...
No,
no,
exactly. What you're about to ask is absolutely no. This guy's. No offense to this sub of yours, but I think he's fucking insane already.
Insane.
Well, I think
because
I've asked the sub.
I've heard.
Why wasn't your sub ever caught?
Hey, don't rat out my. Don't rat out my murderers.
Caught for what? Caught for what? I guess is the
caught for what?
But you just don't know anything about Caller? What's Caller? I just don't
he's just like...
Well, there is no hard smoking gun evidence. The Caller just doesn't know anything about it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, Pizzagate...
Totally, I know nothing about it. Anyways,
if Alex Jones is backing something, you probably shouldn't be backing it too.
Don't get goofy on a mic with that shit, alright? Second,
okay, totally.
John Podesta's Gmail account.
Then fucking enlighten me, Mahamini. Go ahead, enlighten me. If it's true that I just have no fucking clue, then enlighten me. Caught for what? Answer that question, and then we will go into it.
Here we go, and away we go.
I'm in
Netflix has got the attention of the stepdad.
Sure. In 5 minutes. I mean, you sure seem. I mean, you're in game. You sure have the ability to talk a whole gang of shit in like 10 different messages. But as soon as I ask you to say anything, then name even one of those important pieces of evidence. Name the crime you think he should have been convicted of. Go ahead.
Like, what are the evidences? Is like some random ass word from an email. To which I always like to say correlation is not equal causation.
I just think it's so funny that I'm in game now, dude. You were just spamming out message after message.
You understand literally explaining the case.
I've asked you a question, dog. If you aren't gonna engage with the fucking thing, then,
Takes
like,
more than short messages.
what do you? I don't think it takes. What do you think he should have been charged with? That could be a pretty short message.
Yeah. What was he supposed to be caught with? It's like usually 2 words. No, investigated. For what?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Investigated then. Sure. What do you think he should have been? What do you think the crime that he should have been investigated, charged? You clearly, like, I don't. Is it like, are you just like unironically obfuscating in front of me right now? Like,
it's
child abuse.
Oh no!
On what?
They've gone way off of Podesta's emails.
The
talking
Pizzagate
about sharing questions in
Code
advance
word.
of town hall meetings, prepping the Clinton campaign, and then from that you get the fucking Pizzagate conspiracy theory with coded messages, which is bullshit.
That's why I said anything that
Yeah,
Alex
it's
Jones
just some
backs, you
fucking-
probably shouldn't, because that's who I heard. Like
It's crazy
first
that I
about.
guessed that this was gonna be some straight up goofball dumb shit. Whenever as soon as he fucking, like, yeah.
No,
dude,
You
all
could
right.
tell by the way he asked the question.
Not really. No, really, because they're
just goofing on you.
You're wanting you're wanting to convince me with no logic that these people were running some kind of underground sex trafficking ring for children out of a pizza place. I mean, it makes a really great script for a movie, probably.
Dog.
But
the only Pizzagate that's real is Pizzagate Tate.
Oh my god.
Tate
bro,
has
no
all the
offense,
answers.
You don't anything.
You
I can
can't
get
find
on
a
if you
single, like, you
want.
can't find like a single credible source that, like, that backs up fucking one, like, even like anything. They've, like, literally, journalists have been. Do you know how many people have went to Comet Pizza and
Here's a
fucking
link to you, D.
like harassed those people? Like, it's like an absurd amount of people have been there and checked. There's no kids there. I don't even think the place has a fucking basement.
I don't even
like,
think they have pizza at this point. I mean, yeah, really.
It's I mean, Jesus
Pizzagate
fuck,
actually
man.
happened at Freddy Fazbear's.
Okay, Doug.
Okay, Doc.
Yeah.
That shit is also fucking old.
Yes, and it's coming around again, and like people are just.
I just haven't read the latest Q drops, bro. That's it, bro. Dude. If I read the latest Q drop, it'll all fucking make sense, man. You just got to get fucking woke, bro. Fucking dorks, dude. I swear to God, Twitch chatters are fucking
triple dip Q drop for that shit to make sense. But yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I listened to that podcast. I listened to the whole evidence or whatever. Like, yeah, there's probably a lot of pervs in our government, for sure. But if you think that they're running some kind of underground ring in a pizza place, like, yo, you can buy an
Why the
island.
fuck would they need to do that?
Yeah.
Why would they need to do that? Like, we're talking about the most powerful people in the world. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's such a fucking reach.
That's the point right there. Why would they need to? Yeah.
Like, dog.
Literally, they could come grab your kid.
Yo. You guys think private island or like pizza shop and like or what? Like where the fuck? What?
Air Force One?
Exactly.
Are there laws in the sky?
Yeah, dude. In fact, if UD would have you, I'd like you to come in and explain the case if that's okay.
God.
That'd be fine.
I gave you the link to UD's Twitch. It was reignited because of Epstein? Yeah, because Epstein sucked.
I don't dig for conspiracy.
By the way, nothing about Epstein makes that seem. We're literally saying, we're talking about, like, why would they need to go to a fucking pizza shop? Like, yes, because of people like Epstein, they would have never needed to do that.
Like, they don't have torture basements. Like, they can't have one built. They have bowling alleys and movies.
2 minutes. Dope.
They don't have toy boxes.
Like.
Well, my Discord server is private for a reason.
With some people.
So Kool-Aid doesn't seep through.
Yeah.
And fuck up my audio settings. If that poor person is genuinely that concerned
they're just gonna have to cite their sources. And if they can't do that, then there's Posada Bot, right?
Yeah, and I'm of the opinion that if you come in with some dumb shit like this, you don't get to then ask me to explain the case. You're the one making an assertion. He should have been charged with child abuse or investigated for child abuse. Why?
With what evidence? Because that is a very heavy
emails about
charge.
Hillary's speeches, like really, that has everything to do with it. Yeah.
And the fact that they're speaking in code, and it's like, you think they're that smart? You really think that
if she needs help with her speeches, she's not capable of speaking in code, you know?
I'm not making a claim, dude. I'm just responding to your claim that I think that's bullshit. That's different than making a claim. Listen, you can keep doing this like cope thing. You can keep. Honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure you're pretending to play a fucking game. Like you're scrambling right now to try to get anything that looks like this actually happened. Dog, please provide some fucking evidence if you're going to come in so hot for this claim. Because I said at the beginning, I think it's pretty fucking stupid, and you have yet to prove otherwise.
See, that's why we invited him to the debate. Right there. Perfect.
Burden of proof is his. True, Minnie. Breach.
Yeah. Burden of proof. It's the opposite in the UK, so. You have but one chance, or get the fuck across the pond and get out of the jet. No, they're trolling. There's a goopy troll. We hit them before
they
coffee
started
or
following 12/20.
They've been following you since December 20th?
Yeah.
How old is their account?
May of last year.
Oh, okay.
You young.
That's not a troll, that's a goof.
Youngin.
That's just a goof.
You want to drag me in?
Nope.
I sent you the link to her chat, and you can post your proof
in
her
you
chat.
Can't send no link. You can't. No, you can. Yeah, they can find my stream.
Yeah, no, as I said, it's your stream.
You're not getting it. You're not disrupting my stream while I visit with friends, and you ain't getting in my Discord server. So
my UD.
Oh, good. I'll meet this guy in my Discord server. That's fine.
You can.
Grumpelstiltskin's gonna hop in. I feel like.
Grumple. I want to hear what Grumple and Ten Flakes do to some poor.
Actually, I would love to.
Grumple has been ducking me. He said that he was going to pay for me. He was going to fly me out to box him, and he is ducking me. He is fully.
He forgot. He has TMI.
I've reminded him, okay, and he has not forgot. He immediately brings it up and says that there is some other person that might have outbid me, whatever that means. I never bid. I don't know what but that he
He looks pretty big.
Grumple is ducking me.
I don't want to get on his bad side ever.
Why do I have to write it all down? I thought you were about going after bad people. No, we're about correcting misinformation.
You have to demonstrate that they're bad. You have to demonstrate that they're bad, dog.
He's stuck on the criminal investigation.
Y'all are ducking me. No, you have not given any proof. If you were to go and accuse someone off the street of sex trafficking children, you'd probably get your shit wronged. So, like, even though you're in chat, doesn't stop you from having to provide evidence. Accused, I said they should be investigated. That's an accusation.
Yeah.
It's a claim. Yeah. It has to be investigated now. I think he thinks that we're up here doing case analysis because we're...
People also don't just, like, get to open investigations into people for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. If you are too uncomfortable to talk about it and won't let me on, we're not too uncomfortable. We're literally chilling.
Dude, even just drop like a link. Just drop anything. Just say anything.
He's just chatting or trolling you to see if he can distract you and disrupt you. That's all. Kind of like, dude, nobody cares. I hate to tell you,
if you just want to LARP about criminal cases,
facts. Nobody gives a fuck about Pizzagate.
Dog,
I'm so sorry you care.
Dog, you are the only one LARPing here. We're talking about actual cases that have happened. You're talking about some goofy ass Alex Jones shit. Like,
right?
Dog.
We don't even believe Alex Jones is real at this point.
Yeah. Wait. So you can believe something that Alex Jones also believes. while Alex Jones simultaneously has been screaming, I killed those kids. You want to be in the same bucket as that. Just thinking about that. Like, you want to be in the same bucket as that.
Look, like, go back to Cozy TV or Odyssey.
That's fine.
Or Telegram or Tam Tam.
Who said anything about Alex? I'm saying it because if you believe the same conspiracies as Alex Jones,
it was Bill Hicks all along.
Just as nuts. You are who you associate with. In that case.
Well, you guys are a lot nicer than me. You actually let them waste your time. I'm amazed.
It's because they always one up themselves. You just have to let them.
Listen, it's my content brand, okay? When a dumb fuck presents themselves and they say, you know, like, hit me with your best shot or whatever, like, listen, I gladly.
I usually count to 3.
You guys are definitely nicer than me, though.
Because it's usually like something wrong, something inflammatory. You might get a racist, and then you get the craziest shit known to man. You just gotta wait.
Fuck yeah, dude.
You just gotta
yeah. You just gotta mind the pizza gators and flat earthers.
Okay, dude, go out in the desert and have to kill people and tell me she's LARPing. Actually, she did it from inside.
Oh, he's just. Oh, okay. He's mad because
I'd be scared as well. To be fair, I am from Europe. Maybe if in the U.S. What you think?
Oh, we got Europeans here too.
Yeah, that's not a U.S. accent. I'd be scared as well. She wasn't scared. She pushed the button. And we are interested in criminal cases. Real criminal cases. Not conspiracy theories.
Not conspiracy theories.
Now,
oh, you got a European... You have a European troll?
Yeah, if you don't want to go after your own government, that's fine. Yo, you want to talk about governments? You want to talk about the UK's government? I feel like it's like the white chicks home. We're gonna talk about mamas, because our government.
Where in Europe? Just out of curiosity.
You know what a conspiracy theory means?
He's European.
Do you know where a conspiracy theory means?
No, they're the same thing you do.
Oh, Arberlin, they're saying that you're stupid. You gonna diss my buddy Arberlin?
There are exceptions to every rule, aren't there?
My entire European community, for instance. They're all geniuses.
Represent. It means a theory about potential corruption.
That is not what
No. Brother, the moonland being cheese is a conspiracy theory. You think that's potential corruption? It might be if it crashes into us.
He's just wasting your time. he's LARPing. That's a LARP.
Here, I'll summon Vigilante. I'll take care of him. No, I mean like in my chat.
What is his name? This guy who's talking?
Like, that doesn't have a dumbass name. And you get a chance. And Universal Discourse is most scared of all. Buddy. I'll give 10 flicks the honor for that one. Oop, there we go.
Just ban him and ignore him because he's derailing your conversation. Is what Minnie says.
Oh man, it got stolen from me.
Damn. I thought you caught it, or I thought Minnie stole it from you. When did you get here? Says she. Oh, also, says she, by the way, they kept questioning Yudi's background.
Oh.
And when we were talking about She's a veteran? You said, what, the army?
No, that's Stabby. I'm Air Force. Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to disrupt you to try to get to me or something, and I'm like, well, see, because you can't.
Yeah.
So.
Like, when? You should be scared. She's seen some shit.
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen some shit. But I ain't fucking with someone that the FBI and the government calls because they need help. It's a good lesson to learn when you don't have the bigger hand.
They go, let's talk to the farmers, you know, when we can't figure out what to do. And we'll go, well, we told you. And then
what?
You send them, look at research, they'll look at the research, and then they don't use it. And it's like, it's pointless. It's a futile endeavor. Oh, we don't know. There's some troll that's trying to pick on Clai intensely. Because they think we're in criminal investigations. Because they don't know what a forensic psychologist is or a researcher.
Oh yeah, Vigilante Abrams asked if that was you.
Yeah, there's Vigilante. Just LARPing.
Actually, Vigilante, get a BC with your camera on, because I just want to show how different
the trolls were over on Clai's channel, I think.
But yeah, the trolls were over here. Which, he was really trying to call out your credentials, which again...
Oh,
I don't have... There's not enough testicles in the world for me to ever try to say that to her.
They tried to come in here much earlier, and they were fine. It was like, hey, how you doing? Relax, hang out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now you can't get back in here.
Yeah, because Alex Jones conspiracy theories? Nah, dude.
Right.
I don't know about the FBI or CIA, but when OSI contacted me before, I got super worried. I don't know what OSI
is. Scary. They're not normal.
What is OSI?
I don't think they're human. My experience with them is they're like the worst thing on the face of the earth.
What does that stand for? Someone help.
What does what? I can't tell what they're saying. Well, there's Office of Special Investigations. Operational Security Intelligence.
Oh, Office of Special Investigations for the Air Force.
Yep.
What'd you do? Did you get in trouble?
OSI was called on them?
Yeah, he said, I don't know about the FBI or CIA, but when OSI contacted me before, I got super worried.
Oh, is that why he got upset? Because I said I worked under the OSI. Is that what he thought?
Well, Seshi's also
you want to talk about fucking
Air Force,
glowies.
so...
They're literally in Area 51. They literally glow from miles away.
So when I saw who banned, I was like, that's not surprising.
Yeah. Did he get in? He got in there and spooked somebody?
Well, Seshi's Air Force.
Hello.
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 I'm here for my half a year checkup. Actually being in this channel.
Ah, you haven't been in here in a while. This is Baby Chief. He's he's our VIP mod from the Netherlands. And a rocket specialist.
No, not rocket. I'm now at the moment studying environmental sciences. I'm not doing engineering anymore. I haven't been for a year now.
That's a hell of a switch.
Yeah, it isn't that much. You're going from electro engineering to environmental engineering.
You just went from rockets to environment.
No. Electro, so robotics.
Oh.
Robotics.
Ah. My
And
little brother
they're
might be going to
more closely
Worlds.
related than you would think. It's just
For
more to the
robotics.
chemistry side of engineering.
Gotcha. Hated biochem.
See, I told you everybody over here is brilliant. But they can show their receipts.
Yeah. Except too bad having a bachelor's degree on Twitch doesn't mean shit, even though, like, not a whole lot have it.
Well, unfortunately, nowadays,
especially
it
in
hardly means a
science.
thing in your own career because it's not good enough for anything.
Well, for me, I have to have it to move up.
Yep.
So that's what I'm like, you can diss any other major, but I literally have the same credentials that the people at your doctors had to have. But also, my doctor asked me the questions because I'm doing long COVID research and he has no idea. But so she said my supervisor was being investigated because we work in skiffs and he loved to drama post online.
Okay. And the OSI showed up to his supervisor's office?
No, they reached out to him directly.
Well, you fucked up then.
About his supervisor.
You definitely fucked up.
Do you protect your supervisor?
What is the OSI doing in Europe anyway?
No, this is Seshi, my mod, that banned that person.
Oh,
yeah.
Thought it was so many. Sorry, Seshi.
No. That's why I said I'm not surprised who banned him, because Seshi's Air Force too.
Yeah, OSI, they are the original glowies. They're scary as fuck.
I had no idea
they threaten
that
you, man. They threaten you.
Exist.
They threaten you immediately. And then they pull shit and narrow your options.
Oh, thank you for the follow, baby chief.
So, yeah, they're pretty scary. Let's put it this way, they are not fucking around.
Yeah, I've never heard of them until this moment.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow. They're really good then.
But my dad was a Marine. Do they have a separate, like...
Yeah, there's a separate investigations for each branch.
I thought...
OSI, though, generally, their global terrorism would be their main focus. But they love to run these experiments and test out their little methods. They also handled launch codes for the missiles for the Air Force. They did all the training for that. Yeah, they run these experiments all the time.
What experiment?
They just run experiments to see if their methods of investigations are sound and effective.
Oh.
Constantly.
Is that how we found out?
They're like psyops, mind fuckers. You know, they're like that kind of thing. Yeah.
I was wondering, is that how we found out that force doesn't work?
That force doesn't work?
For like confessions?
Oh no, they'll do some torture and shit. They definitely will interrogate. And by any means necessary.
I thought...
But they're more psychological warfare.
But I thought that will get your case thrown out because it won't hold up.
Nope. But they love their sodium pentothal and Ambien and shit like that.
The truth serum. Oh, I know phenobarbital.
Yep.
I also know pentobarbital too.
Pentobarbital, phenobarbital. Ambien. I think they invented that shit.
Definitely don't
sodium
mix,
pentothal.
Don't mix goes up. Pinto, you'll go. Are euthanasia. Enhanced interrogation is the fun part of taking SERE. I don't know any of these abbreviations.
You don't need to resort to that.
Taking SERE. Special.
If you know what you're doing.
Special.
We should have this conversation on Tuesday. That's for veterans. Tuesday is for veterans.
Oh, they're still kicking.
Mm-hmm.
I keep trying to get him to come talk to you. Hide in the woods. So torn parachute and make something to hide with.
What?
What?
What the fuck?
It sounds like a Ben story.
I don't know. We can't see what this guy's saying, so we have no idea what you're saying.
He said enhanced interrogation is the fun part of taking SERE. Hide in the woods, sew torn parachute, and make something to hide with. I don't know what y'all do. I only know what the Marines do. Ooh. Sear. Gotcha. 2 seconds. I need an on dance run. Guys, if you ever have leftover seafood pasta, don't fucking eat it.
Ooh.
No, never keep seafood. Just don't keep it like longer than a day.
I know, because she already got food poisoning.
At that point, you might as well double down and eat some more.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess so. Depends on what kind of food poisoning it is.
Depends on how much you like, neon green, but yeah.
There's like aliens coming out because I haven't eaten this, so I ate it Monday.
Is that a conspiracy theory? Where's Minnie when we need him?
Sorry, my pots is making my ears ring.
Oh.
Oh, y'all can't see me. My chat can see me struggling right now.
Oh yeah, I can definitely.
Ew.
No, I'm good. I just gotta. I don't have my headset on yet. I'm just box breathing. Actually, why would I sit here and be miserable when I can just go there up and be okay? Because you can't hold it in. You gotta get that shit out.
Well, just mute the mic and then, get a handy wipe and you'll be fine.
Oh, I'm just running to the bathroom. Literally.
Literally running.
I'm used to point.
I ain't eating no seafood pasta. I can't eat either one.
Oh yeah, I got my water.
Oh.
Well, with electrolyte.
Okay.
Chat, behave.
Oh, that's no good to tell him that. Tenflix, you have to babysit her chat for her.
That's not a good thing to tell me.
I know. That's not gonna work.
All right, everyone. What's your favorite slur?
Oh, that reminds me, a YouTuber, like in a YouTuber friend group, asked like one of his YouTuber friends, and like they all said it, and he was like, "I don't feel uncomfortable anymore with you guys being on my channel." And I was like, "You were the one that started it."
Yep. Careful what you wish for. Oh, hold on a minute. I gotta go. Hold on. Be right back.
Get this Pepsi open. Why do I keep getting these at once? Okay. There are some early morning or midday trolling. Do you guys get people like that all the time?
Not usually. Like I don't know. My chat is usually pretty fucking
smart,
pretty chilling. Yeah, I've had like the closest thing to that is I've had like debated like chatters on like flat Earth and shit from chat. But like I don't know. I don't even know that I would call them necessarily trolling, rather than just fucking stupid.
Yeah, there's a difference.
The closest I've had to trolls were like some creeps that were like being filthy in chat. When I used to stream all those years ago.
You were having a fun time with that too, because you were just sitting there fucking with them all and banning them all.
Oh, yeah, of course I'm gonna mess with them. Like, come on, Discord call, and then I just go at them for an hour.
Classic.
Like, if you're gonna be awful in my chat, I'm gonna use you for entertainment.
See? There you go. You're a natural streamer. They don't ever really come over here. And when they do, they either get one, they get bored, or two, they get embarrassed. And I'm like, okay. I have hot fries. My favorite. All I need is hot sauce to go with them.
Nice.
Or you get like crunchy Cheetos, flaming hot. And then you put Tabasco on them. And like murder your stomach. Perfect. We've been up all night. We did a whole bunch of case analyses. Getting ready for a debate on Saturday.
Oh, hell yeah. I've just been busy writing, like, this period, like, final project essay, and it's...
Yeah.
It's a mess, let's keep it at that. It's... like, we have only written for one period, and it was supposed to be, like, pretty short research paper. It's a total of, like, 60 pages, and it was supposed to be, like, a pretty short, like, 6-week dump and be done project.
Well, what happened?
They just forgot that because the normal part of the paper wasn't that much work, but then they added a data analysis assignment to it where we need to analyze weather data and water quality data, and that was such a hell to do because they gave us improper data for it.
Oh, how did you find out?
It was like compare the water quality, the water quality around 3 weeks around this date where a lot of people got sick. And of course, it was like a made-up scenario based on a real example because study and stuff. But they only put, for every water source around this campsite where people got sick, they only put 1 or 2 data sources for the 3 weeks surrounding that date.
Oh.
So you could literally not compare it to anything.
And
the data source that they have, because they said that their measuring equipment was faulty, so not everything was measured properly and stuff. And of course, it's all like thought up, but it makes so much more work to like figure out how you're gonna visualize it. It was like it was a pretty fun project to do, but I'm happy it's done.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. That's what peer review is for, right there.
Oh no, my like university, like the teachers that write these projects, they are awful at making assignments. Like they just don't do grammar controls on their assignments.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they write them themselves, and then punish us for having the wrong grammar. Like that, I've literally seen sentences where we needed to read where no one word was using the correct form of that word in the sentence.
Well, shit.
And these are the people that we need to teach us, and I'm always like,
You're like, right. What are you
so
gonna
like
do?
I kind of understand it because we don't have any native English speaking teachers. We have a few from Indonesia, one from Turkey, one from Morocco, a few from two from Brazil, Bolivia, and of course Dutch. Few Dutch, of course, and Polish teacher. But you can really tell that like their English isn't their main language, or they didn't grow up speaking that much English. So then you get things like instead of determine, determine, and like those very small, but it really gets on your nerve.
Yeah, big time. But there is your paper in English as well?
Yes, of course.
Wow. So you have to
Irish goodbye.
Yeah. I don't know if Clai's here. She's in the bathroom. So you have to not only do it, but you have to do it in English.
Yeah, because it's an English internationally focused study.
Yeah.
So it's the basis of is it being international. So not all people speak Dutch like at all. This period, I do have one person in the group that is a native English speaker because they're from an island pretty close to America. But even then, it's kind of a weird accent. But most of them don't speak any like native English.
Wow. Jeez. Maybe they need English teachers.
No, like we don't need English teachers because it's just expected that everyone that gets into the study or like gives in has at least a B2 level of English.
Wow.
And most students have C1.
Wow.
Most of them.
Oh, Clai's coming here. Hi, Clai.
Yeah.
Haha, joke's on her troll. Her troll can't get in here. I gotta call it if I'm alive for tonight. Alright, I get it. Well, I hope everything came out okay. Oh, thank you for bringing everyone over. I don't know if they want to chit-chat. We were here doing the whole... Yeah, we did several case analysis. Then we did the Unabomber. And we were looking at all these serial killer cases. Like, I don't even know. We went through like 3, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. Well, get some rest.
Yeah.
I'll be up at some point. If I ever go to sleep, So here's the step chat. My ears are all ringing and yeah, no, go to bed. Oh, okay. No, get some rest. And if you're not feeling well when you wake up, just shoot me a DM. Oh yeah, I love doing this. This is my favorite segment.
Good
I don't know.
afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon. Hello.
Excuse me. Greetings.
We lost a 10 flicks and we gained an income. Yeah, you take care. Just send me a DM and let me know how you're feeling. These things are fun for me. Maybe this step chat will hang out for a little bit. But haha, their troll can't make it in here. They already got banned.
FYI, I got that prickly pear nectar.
Yay, did you? Okay, give it a month and see how it does.
Yep.
Clai had a Pizzagate troll.
Oh, fun.
Oh shit. And they were trying to question my credentials. And I was like, bitch, you could have just come into my chat. Good luck.
Yeah.
There's probably a reason why you didn't. You know? But they were just trying to disrupt them.
It's so boring.
Oh, I know.
No, I need to like this period. It's not my favorite period because it's about water treatment and specifically wastewater treatment. And I'm now like studying for the exam for the course wastewater treatment, and it's a lot of like boring systems that you remember. Like, remember this system exists, and like we have fun equations. We have one equation where pi is used as a variable.
Oh.
Don't ask me why, but pi is used to indicate osmotic pressure.
Okay.
It's so confusing because it's like, oh, it's pi, so it's just 3.14. But no, of course not. Can't be easy.
No, why would they make it easy?
I don't know why they would want to use that for a variable, though. But
Yeah, I don't know either. Ask Van het Hof. He made this equation.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a Dutch person because we can't make anything that actually makes sense.
We can't make anything that actually makes sense.
Yeah, but we're really good at making things that don't make sense, and that's why the world, all of the world uses our technology.
There you go. Yeah, that makes no sense, does it? What is that compared to Germans? You guys always overcomplicate things.
We don't overcomplicate things. We just
I got you.
We don't try to like undercomplicate.
represent the hoods of the ag town. I want my coffin filled with Hennessy and hope them true ass niggas remember me. And if I die, don't make it a closed coffin, cause if you do, I will come back and haunt you often. I don't want the choir singing La Patas. Just pour some liquor when I pass.
Alright, chat. I didn't throw up. I made it. It's time for bed.